because his lawyer is inexperienced in that field. So just to recap, he is facing 6 charges right now: obstruction of business, violation of the Minor Offense Act. There's 2 counts, another count of obstruction of business, and now there is 2 counts of violation of the Special Act for a total of 6 charges. Now I have a whole lot more to talk about, so let's move on to the next topic. So the first clip I want to show you is of Johnny Somali comparing his Johnson size to Hank's. And what he had to say about the situation was pretty much that Hank's situation was very small.
Dick, and I can guarantee you I've seen Hank's, and I definitely have a larger than Hank's. And I've been to the bathhouse and the sauna in Korea and in Japan, and these are small people. These literally have a head and just hair. Like, this shit is crazy. Like, no wonder these like no wonder these bad as hell. They got the big head and just a bush. I'll be mad too.
So I find it funny that he's insulting Hank's dong and even says that I've seen it and mine is bigger. What kind of friend is that? Anyways, in the next clip, Somali says that he really needs to chill out and stop drinking and become a better person.
All the dumb... I would have never been banned on Twitch, kicked any platform if I didn't do it. No, I definitely think alcohol is a problem for me. Yeah, I understand too. I definitely want to change my life. I think I do have potential in life, you know what I mean? Let's pray I can do better, you know? All I can do is try. When I talk to my mom, that's the number one thing. I talked to my mom this week and she was like really just like, you need to stop drinking. It's ruining your life. You're 24, you know what I mean? You don't need to be drinking, doing this crazy shit, because, you know what I mean?
Time
like,
to put on the beer goggles.
Alcohol is definitely the reason why I've done so many fucking crazy shit. Do not back down, never give up. It's not backing down, never giving up. It's about just bettering yourself as a person. I think I would truly be a better person if I didn't drink alcohol. I feel like it doesn't
Much better.
It doesn't bring anything positive to my life.
Another disembowelment.
I can make good content without drinking alcohol. Easily. Thank you, Zini and Martin. I appreciate it.
I don't think he can make interesting content without alcohol or without
fucking retarded.
Degenerate. If Johnny Somali just sat down at a computer and played video games, no one would watch it. He doesn't have any talents, he's not funny. The only thing he has is shock humor by saying dumb shit. So yeah, Johnny, you are completely screwed. You are stuck in a loop. You will constantly act like a nuisance streamer because it's the only thing you know how to do. And the proof is, after all that, he got completely wasted just an hour later, and Hank came home and acted like a very disappointed father.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh! Ew! Ew! What the fuck?
Come party. Okay, you like Diddy?
Yeah, I like Diddy.
You like this song?
Yeah. Outside, I couldn't hear shit.
Then come here and sit. Whatever.
Dude, you bought another one?
No, it's the same one we had.
Gucci, Gucci.
Ace it is.
Gucci, Gucci.
You finished the last one.
No, I
Gucci,
didn't.
Gucci.
Yes, you did.
I'm lying to you. It isn't wrong. Alright, come hang. Don't fuck up the mic. Can you dance with Diddy with me one time?
Why are you like drinking so much, man?
Listen to Diddy with me, please.
Alright.
Can you listen to Diddy with me?
Yeah.
Take your jacket off. Take your jacket off. Forget the kettlebell around. We're late. We're on the ride now. You just got a massage from Chinese ladies, right? Take your shirt off.
I really hope they put this guy away for at least 10 years, dude.
We're gonna go to sleep after this video.
Worst streamer on the planet.
Take your shirt off. Take your shirt off. You got a nice boat.
I was gonna call. Hold on. Oh, yeah.
Well, you gotta. No, No, say it. Don't even admit it. Say it.
No, I'm not saying that here.
Okay, we'll say it after. Take the shirt off. They're both out. I'm taking mine off too. Let's end the stream like this.
Alright. Sure.
Let's end the stream like this.
These guys are so gay, bro. Like, it's crazy how gay these people are.
Alright, so now that you have vomited your lunch all over your desk, let's move on to the next clip, which is Johnny Somali talking about the Somali community and how he wants to destroy their name.
I'm gonna continue to destroy the Somali name all over the world. Inshallah, I'm going to China next. Inshallah, I'm going to China next. That's 2 billion people. And then I'm going to India, 4 billion. I'm gonna destroy the Somali name. Once the Somali name is finished, the Somali name is finished. I'm going to China, India,
Oh, is it?
Europe. I'm gonna destroy the Somali name. Of course, this cutting off piracy, famine. That's it. The Somali community is known for nothing else. This van will be taken by Israel, and inshallah, we'll have a greater Israel one day. We need to have this. The Muslims cannot, whatever say your little Harry Potter spell.
I can't really be happy about that, let's be honest.
And the Jewish are the superior.
Considering it's for a terrorist sympathizing platform.
Wallah, he's doing a favor for us now.
We are the real people of the book.
No, he's not. We're doing him a favor. We're giving him clout.
We are the real people of the book. What clout do I need from some random TikTok? Somebody.
Alright, so that's it for the video. Thank you so much for watching. Let's get to 100,000 subscribers.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So today we're going to be talking about the man, the myth, the meme, iDubbbz. Because
well, I guess it's my anniversary then on this
had several bad moments
terrorist glazing sympathizer platform.
This time over a joke made by his former friend Ethan Klein, and also his meme-worthy appearance on Hassan Piker's recent stream, where Hassan Piker inadvertently roasts iDubbbz pretty much as hard as you could possibly do. So let's jump right into it. I think everyone knows the recent controversy.
While he was sitting next to him like a fucking cuck. Bro, that's the most hilarious part about the whole fucking...
likes versus dislikes. He's lost over 20,000 subs in the last month. That is a net loss. So despite getting 11 million views and trying to desperately bring in communities that he was pandering to with this video, he still has a net loss of 20k subs. And he followed up that content cop with a content deputy once again on H3, and as you can see, the like-dislike ratio is going horrible. In that same video, he talked about these like-dislike extensions for YouTube. He said they're inaccurate with no proof, and then he inadvertently disproved his own claims by showing a former video where he says, hey, I'm used to getting roasted for this, and then people like myself were able to compare the analytics he showed for that video to the extension on that video, and it showed that the extension is accurate within a fraction of a percent. So a big self-own there.
I gotta say though, like, to talk a bit more about the terrorist sympathizing stuff, it's actually insanity to me that there's so little government regulation that a clear anti-Semite like Dan Clancy can just be in charge of this platform with no fucking recourse whatsoever.
Now, what are we talking about this time? So, this clip has been making the rounds on Twitter.
What's the term?
Basically, to sum it up,
well, consequences, I suppose.
But and there's a lot of people make
it is kind of worse than Rittenhouse because it's more impactted than Rittenhouse. Hassan is a much bigger, much bigger piece of shit. Right? Rittenhouse was defending himself. Hassan is literally a terrorist sympathizer that like is an active net negative for our entire planet.
And it was awkward. Even his producer here said, I don't know about that one, Chief, but it was a joke.
Like I saw,
it's nothing.
This is the crazy part. I saw some random Hassan fan, right, talking about the India stuff. He literally thinks India did a false flag with the terrorist attack so they could attack Pakistan. He literally thinks that. And these people are like... These people are a danger to our society, bro. And we need to start fighting back against these people because this is unacceptable on so many levels.
Time to put on the beer goggles.
Much
Another day, another disembowelment.
Like, thinking Kyle Rittenhouse was guilty is one thing, right? That technically only goes over one person, really, and his immediate family. But what Hassan does impacts millions and is far more egregious than lying about Rittenhouse. It's not on the same level at all.
Crazy. It was a clear joke. It just didn't land well at all. But people are taking it very seriously. They're saying, that's not a joke. That's disgusting. That's just a gross statement. Even people.
Oh, that's not true. Where we spent 3 weeks streaming every single minute of the trial.
Ethan's Attic. It's an account purely dedicated.
That's why I think he's an actual danger to society, because there are a lot of retards out there that like literally believe the imbecility that this guy peddles. I also find it baffling, right? Like, did you not learn the most basic of things, like in how to like understand what someone is saying? Like, apparently not, right? Because this guy like lies, cheats, and misrepresents so obviously that my cat would fucking notice. And my cat can't talk and doesn't understand human language. So how the fuck this subversive extremist gets so many views is... It's both scary and baffling at the same time. Baffling because it really like you never really appreciate how dumb a person can be until you see it. And scary because there's a lot of people that are really fucking dumb, dudes. Like, and let's be honest, there's a lot of people that literally watch him and literally is his fan because he's such a Jew hater. Like, he's literally he's 100% that guy's an anti-Semite, in my opinion. The shit that comes out of his mouth, 100%. And yet people just... Actually, that's why people watch him so much, I think. Because I think a lot of his audience are the dredges of our society, right? The filth, the scum, the people that cause the wars, the people that are fully responsible for pretty much all of the ails that we have in the world. Because when a person like that exists, you know, like, it's just... Wars will never stop so long as we've got liars and cheaters like Hassan Piker and his audience around.
Freaking noob. Time to put on the beer goggles.
Those are just my two cents, right? That's what I believe about him. That's why I despise him and his fans. Just for example, right? You probably haven't seen this yet because it's brand new. You know one of the whores that's with him, Denims? You know that bitch? The one that was like laughing about the CPS stuff, and the imbecile that thinks 3-year-olds can't form memories, like that moron imbecile. She now has sent cease and desist to Ethan Klein, which is the first step to a lawsuit, because he was, you know, attacking her over the CPS stuff, right? She sent a cease and desist over that. Like, what a dumb whore, dude. Like, this just... People are just gonna hate you more. Because you were clearly laughing about it. You were clearly enjoying the fact that someone tried to get his kids taken away. You were super on board. I don't think this lawsuit is gonna turn out the way you want it to, dumbass. Yeah, that's kinda true. But here's the thing. Hassan actually has more influence on people than our politicians. Because he's like a popular talking head, right? I mean, he's a complete imbecile, right? Like, he probably has the IQ of a fucking baboon. Actually, a baboon's probably smarter. A baboon could have a conversation with... I feel like if a baboon could talk, even the dumbest baboon could have a conversation with people, and not just completely crash out over everything and anything like Hassan does. But that's just me, I guess. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Hassan gets like millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of views. I really do think he's more influential because he's constantly talking. He's always in campaign mode, essentially. He's like one of the scummiest politicians you can imagine. But he doesn't... The only difference is he doesn't run for politics. He runs for a Twitch channel. Like, if you think it's not the same, it's the same. The only thing we can be thankful of is that this guy is nowhere near making actual policy. Yes, the world would go to shit in like 5 seconds, bro. Like, the guy's so fucking dumb. The first thing he does guarantees you starts a war. Like... we must boycott the Jew. Oh, I mean Zionists. Yeah, bro. Everyone knows what you mean when you say Zionists. You anti-Semitic fuck. The fact he's still on this platform actually disgusts me to no end. Like, he's broken the TOS in so many fucking ways. Every single day for the last week at least. Well, for the last year, let's be honest. But, you know, let's focus on the here and now. And yet, he's still on Twitch. Why? Because Dan Clancy is also an anti-Semite, seemingly. And he loves what's going on. It baffles me Amazon hasn't stepped in yet. It really, truly does. Like, how do you not step in and just... On optics alone... get rid of this guy, because everyone hates that dude, alright? I don't think there's anyone that likes that dude. Even his own fucking political ilk laughs at him because he's a fucking gooner, and every time you look at his phone, every time he shows his phone, the only Twitch streamers you see are the one with their tits out. It's kind of obvious, Mr. Dan Clancy. It's kind of obvious what you are. You're an anti-Semitic gooner, and you should really be removed from this website immediately, dude. It's absolutely crazy this guy's in charge. Some random weirdo coming out of nowhere looking like a pedo. Sorry, not a pedo, my bad. Let's not defame. Looking like a pervert and acting like a pervert. Like, time to put on the beer it's crazy this guy is still in charge. Absolute insanity. Call that a win for me. $12,000 HP, 36,000 damage. It's fucked. We're still gonna lose, but, you know, I did my job. It's true though. It's some 50-plus-year-old looking at 21-year-old Twitch dot streamers. Like, bro, are you serious? That's what's in your recommended feed? You know the recommended feed recommends things for you, right? So you just like on Twitch, like on actual official Twitch fucking what's the word? Like, not really a commercial, but you know what I mean, right? That's where you show that shit? Have you, like, no sense of shame whatsoever? Well, clearly not, because, you know, look at how the TOS is getting, enforced, right? It's very one-sided. Someone like me, banned instantly. Hassan, oh, the hoodies are fantastic, bro. Yo, we love what you're doing. We think you were doing what Luffy would do. Fuck off, bro. let alone calling for the assassination of a sitting senator. Like, if you don't get banned permanently for calling for the assassination of a sitting senator, then what do you get banned for on Twitch, right? As a lefty, as a lefty fascist. It's kind of crazy. I actually hate that I'm stuck to this platform, or it's the only place I actually make some money on. Yeah, see? I think that's righteous. That's a rightful ban. But it definitely shows you the two-tier justice system, so to speak, when it comes to Twitch enforcement. Because Asana said a lot worse. Like, I don't think you should probably not get away with glazing a murder. You know what I mean? Like, that's bad, regardless. The dude got executed in the street. How can you applaud that in any sense? Just because you don't like what the company he works for. That's crazy, bro. Can you understand why it happened? Of course. Like, it's very obvious why it happened. That doesn't mean it's a good thing. What the fuck? It's kind of funny.
Tempest, like 1,000 fursuits storming the halls of a Marriott hotel. A man needs a sword, and a sword is a strong, independent black woman who needs no man. Two souls face each other head-on in fateful battle. A third doom scrolls awkwardly on his phone in the corner. I'm not reading that one. Juicy bird
I'm not reading that one.
is placed under the nose of a blind man and snatched away, leaving him forever haunted by the first bite that could have anyway.
Bro, who made this? This is great. If you know anything about Soul Calibur, this is fantastic.
Here's Wonderwall, his life but a reverberating fart, echoing through the halls of time. Trapped in a small cage with 6 children and nothing to eat, he emerged 3 days later victorious as the lone survivor. 2 people fight. 2 souls stand like towers as fate crashes into the Instagram of history tagged her story. Now she continues her featured quest for repentance and for peace, for her mutuals and eternal bestie. Betrayed by greed, he now roams the land, seeking retribution for his stolen JPEG money. Marijuana has been detected by your Nintendo GameCube system. Place the controller on the floor and step away from the console. Forced to eat cement in his early youth, he now bears the weight of this curse for all eternity. The taste of stone still burns. Casted out of home by his former spouse, he now seeks the power of the cursed blade to reclaim his offspring and lost lover.
you again? I've had enough of you.
You could stop at 5 or 6 stores. Or just one.
Final battle. Fight.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Final battle. Fight.
I didn't expect the what the fuck, dude.
Soul Calibur 2.
This was great. That was actually great. What the fuck was that? Whoever made that's fantastic.
Dedicated to Ethan Klein. I mean, that's insane. And then the description of this is blatantly false. It's saying he made those comments about effing his wife, which was not what happened. It's the complete opposite. And I think what they're doing here is trying to garner more outrage with this switching up of the target here, which is also very strange because if you genuinely believe these are disgusting and evil things he's saying, why would it matter if it was an iDubbbz or his wife? Like, clearly they have an agenda here, but iDubbbz would respond with a gem. Haha, what a freak. The new king of incels.
Crap.
So
Crap.
this is a guy who
Crap.
has made
Crap.
infinite
Crap.
jokes more edgy than this right here. And of course I know iDubbbz discovered empathy at the ripe age of 32. He is forgiven for all of his sins. But to see this turnaround where he's calling someone a freak over a joke like this, yeah, times have changed quite dramatically for him. And then the last part is what a lot of people are making fun of. The new king of incels. Wow, that word has lost all meaning whatsoever. And the thing is, like, as I've talked about before, I'm a happily married man, and I
swear I can never hit
incel
anything with
on
the Fubuki,
regular.
dude.
Okay, people just completely abuse that word to basically mean anyone I don't like is an incel. And with people like me and other married content creators, I've seen people go another level and say, well, just because they're married, it doesn't technically make them not an incel, which is a very wild and gross thing to say. But in Ethan Klein's case, like, he literally has children with his wife. I mean, he is definitionally not an incel, but of course this sort of language is something you would expect out of iDubbbz given the crowd he's been hanging out with. But a lot of this just flies in the face of previous content once again that iDubbbz has made. Mainly this video from about 6 years ago.
Kinda wasted that smoke, I wasn't actually detected.
The joke police ticked me off, where he talks about this exact scenario where people are being offended over queer jokes and dismissing them as disgusting statements and not even providing any legitimate criticism to the joke itself, but instead feigning a lot of moral outrage over the joke without actually explaining what's wrong with it.
The joke police are a group of people, whether they're on the right or the left, who think that they know what a joke is. No, not a joke to me. If it's not a joke to me, guess what? It ain't a joke. Another thing we have to watch out for is saying things like,
"This is sick, man. This is sick, disgusting stuff."
It's not even funny. It's just disgusting. I didn't find that humorous. It's just simply repulsive. Now, if that's your genuine reaction to something, that's fine. That's your reaction. But if you're a critic, a writer, someone who has to, like, form valued opinions that people want to share online, then you need to put a little bit more effort into your critiques.
I just wanted to quickly say, look at the like-dislike ratio on this video compared to his current ones. This is about a 98% like-dislike ratio on this video, which, by the way, is a very controversial one where he's defending tweets made by James Gunn, the director. If you don't know, about 15 years ago, he made a series of very controversial tweets that were viewed as jokes, and in this video, iDubbbz is defending all of them, saying they're edgy jokes, they're clearly jokes, and if you don't like it, you're either an idiot or you're feigning outrage.
Bro, that's what iDubbbz looked 6 years ago? Holy shit, is this a completely different person now? What the fuck happened to that guy, dude? Life has not treated that dude well. Holy shit. Bro, if you look at me from 6 years ago, I look pretty much the same. I don't look like I'm 40 years older all of a sudden. You know what I mean? What the fuck? No way, dude. This is what he looks like now. Hang on.
Coochie, coochie. Coochie, coochie.
Bro. What? The fuck? My man had a hard life, I think. Jesus Christ.
Kind of an agenda. And now we see him losing his mind over a very tame joke. And some of the tweets that he defends in this video, if Ethan Klein made something within a stratosphere of James Gunn's tweets, they would be trying to ruin his life. Him and all of his new orbiters and the people he is trying to appeal to, they would be trying to ruin Ethan's life. I guarantee various bad actors
I just realized.
trying to call CPS
Oh, no, okay.
on
Never
his
mind.
family again. That's how
Wait, who's seeing me?
different things really are for iDubbbz back 6 years ago compared to now, and the current landscape of
Who's
social
spotting
media.
me?
But there was some other debate
That's
here
weird.
about the king of incels, Asmongold, saying, WTF, did I fall off? Now, if he is the king of incels, I wouldn't go as far as to say I'm the prince. I'm more like a little more down the ladder here. I'd say like I'm the ambassador of incels at this point. Yeah, I just want to make that very clear. But of course, a lot of people supported iDubbbz's tweet despite the very heavy criticism in the quotes and replies. You can see Hassan Piker reposted that tweet, which is not too surprising because, well, he doesn't like Ethan Klein with a burning passion, especially since he's still recovering from his loss in his debate against him, where again you can see the like-dislike ratio, the dislikes ratioing the likes on his own video, which is now an extension that is confirmed to be accurate thanks to Ian. But you can see things are a little tough right now, but to his credit, he has done a charity stream where he's reacting to the content nuke H3 made on him several months ago. He's been ignoring it, trying not to react to it, but he agreed to react to it for charity, which good on him. But of course, with the community that he has fostered, even a charitable event, even donations to a charity are toxic. You can see the names of the people making live donations, all of them either slandering Ethan Klein, slandering his wife, saying gross, outrageous things about his children, about his pets. Like, only that community can make donating to charity something that is so ridiculously toxic. But then, part of that reaction to the content nuke was bringing iDubbbz onto his live stream on Twitch. And it couldn't be any more meme-worthy. I mean, look at this. He literally brought this guy in and put him in the cuck chair. I mean,
literally.
Maybe at this point, Hassan is playing like 5D chess. And
So
he knows
funny,
what he's
bro.
doing, and he's just subtly mocking iDubbbz, which seems to be a possibility, a remote one given, a possibility given this clip we're about to watch. This is the most insane projection I've ever seen in my life. This is a great clip where you could apply it to Hassan, but I think you can even more strongly apply it to iDubbbz.
And those people, they have a shelf life. They have a shelf life because
I love the way he looks here, dude. He looks like so you can leave this. You can see his soul leave him.
they don't have the
It's funny.
same interests as I do. They inevitably become their own worst enemies. They inevitably cook themselves. You might think you're riding high on the slop for a little bit. You might think you're getting showered with praise. An army of anonymous Redditors telling you you're brilliant. But at the end of the night, when you go home and you sit down and you look yourself in the mirror, you're not going to recognize who you've become. That's it. It's turning into a lol cow of a different variety.
The irony is so funny, dude.
That's what I think.
Time to put on the beer goggles.
Was it? I mean, I think he's, well, I mean, I guess the truth. I think the truth is what's mean.
You could see the pain in his face as he sat there and listened to that message that could be so easily applied to either of them. But again, like I said, definitely to iDubbbz. I mean, basically sacrifices your reputation. And
Late to his own stream, folks. Can you believe it? Probably stayed up all night watching Hassan again, learning how to destroy Western civilization, one hot take at a time. Tremendous commitment to being fashionably late. Very sad.
Go about this lifestyle journey that he's on right now, and it's just blowing up in his face. But there were times where iDubbbz was contributing a little more to the conversation, and when he did, Hassan was there to mock him, literally like bullying iDubbbz on his stream. Let's check this out.
Oh, you know what would be a good idea?
What?
Create a website where people can post their like H3 former fan like testimonies.
Yeah.
Saying how they got out, like what steps they took. You know,
Explorer right there. I'm probably gonna miss. God, I hate torpedoes. These torpedoes specifically.
I think I could sway a lot.
They're slow. They're terrible. They're actually completely useless. The Fubuki's torpedoes are garbage.
I don't think anything is gonna. I don't think anything.
Go enjoy TTR. I'll still be here when you get back. Don't worry.
Their only interest is fucking slop and drama, dude. Their only interest is slop and drama. They're fucking morons.
Yeah, Hassan, my new friend, I have a little suggestion for you. Shut up, nerd. Okay. Yeah, do we really want to do this whole testimonials route? I'm sure there's infinite testimonials about former iDubbbz fans who would have a lot to say about him over the past couple of years. In fact, I would imagine there's way more than Ethan Klein. I'm sure a lot of people have abandoned Ethan Klein over the years for various reasons, but iDubbbz in particular has completely and utterly dejected his former audience. He didn't just say, I want to move on from them. He said, you're bad people for supporting my content. I'm a good person now because I said I'm sorry about those things and I have empathy now. It's crazy. I guarantee there would be a lot more of that. But also in that same stream, Creator Clash came up. In case you don't know, Creator Clash was an event formerly hosted and ran by Ian and his wife, Anissa. And due to the backlash of many different things and also the low ticket sales and all of that, they decided to step down as the owners of this event. And now they're just founders and they're letting their business partners run Creator Clash 3, which still is struggling mightily to sell tickets. We'll get into that in just a second. But during the stream and before iDubbbz actually made an appearance, Hassan decided on his own volition to talk about some of the fighters that dropped out. And that was also another reason cited as to why Ian and Anissa dropped out of the leadership and ownership role. And let's see what Hassan had to say about Harley Morenstein.
And also another fighter, Harley, also dropped out because he was upset and offended that Ian and iDubbbz had
this is a complete lie, by the way.
Dared to criticize
He's lying through his teeth right now.
You might have guessed that's not what happened, right? I think everyone knows that's not what happened. In case you're not familiar, Harley Morenstein is someone who was involved with the 2 previous Creator Clashes, and he was scheduled to be the title card match of the 3rd one. He was probably the biggest name for Creator Clash, which is being criticized for not having a lot of star power amongst the content creators participating in these series of boxing events. And he is someone who said about a couple weeks ago that he is not boxing anymore, that he has
I've been avoiding the CVs. Wait, you're playing? Why the fuck are you not playing with me, bro? What is this?
Sharing these
I feel left out now.
He is lying or
I have no friends. I have no family.
Given some interviews that he has conducted over the past couple
That's a
of
deep cut
days,
reference. You won't get
pretty
it.
much hinted strongly that the content cop on H3 and all of the discussion surrounding that has made a very toxic environment and a very toxic attachment to this
Drive.
event, including people literally
I say that too, but it's still funny.
the conflict between Israel and Palestine.
Actually, I play at tier 9.
Boxing event.
Technically.
It is now intertwined. So somehow going out and boxing for an event that's supposed to lead to charity, charitable donations and big sums of money going to charity, is now tied into a global conflict. I mean, that's absolutely crazy and understandable that this guy wouldn't want to be a part of that. It's very strange and very toxic for someone just looking to box, right? But anyways, there's also some more news coming out about the Creator Clash 3 fundraiser. So apparently, according to some people in the H3H3 Productions subreddit, there's only been 6 tickets sold in a period of 12 hours. Understand, the stadium they're in has a max capacity of 21,000. They've already reduced it. They got rid of the outer ring of seats, which is thousands of seats. They're desperately trying to fill the remaining ones. There's a lot left open, and things are not looking good for this event. And also, you might have noticed this account, Yeet. Their clips have been included in many of my videos. They get clips covering various drama involving content creators And also the support that they've been getting, their account's gotten a lot of new followers over the past couple of months. When they get that support, it makes the worst people seethe. So I highly recommend following them because they've helped out.
I did that months ago, bro.
Covering drama involving content creators. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Oh, look.
So this happened just a few hours ago. Take a look at this. Jammu is a city in India. Is that or a place in India? Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jammu and Kashmir both. Okay, it's a state. Oh, I didn't know that. So these are all drones that are being shot down? There's no audio for this either. Oh wow, look at them all. Jammu raid under attack by Pakistani drones. Wow. Somebody said they're doing something now?
I always said if there's a way to go,
oh, here we go.
It would have something to do with women, whips, and oil.
Focused and non-escalatory response targeting only terrorist strikes in Operation Sindoor, not Pakistani military installations, not Pakistani civilian facilities, only terrorist training camps, the big ones being Bahawalpur and Muridke, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed.
If they nuke each other, I hope they just nuke each other.
This shit's all real.
Pakistan in no mood to de-escalate, it seems,
and not the rest of us.
These images show you. Copy-pasting the Hamas playbook using cheap projectiles to target civilian facilities.
Why do you think there's not more live coverage of the
remind you of what
conflict?
happened in Israel, or what has been happening in Israel over the past 20 months.
There could be. It's just getting drowned out by fake stuff.
With missiles and strikes coming from Hamas.
It's like literally predicted by 1984.
All of these have been taken down. India has
look at that.
Deployed the S-400 missile defense system. It is something that India bought in 2018 from the Russians, and this is the first time that it has been used in a combat
operation. So they're using a Russian defense system.
They're lucky it worked then.
And these are all drones that are coming in and attacking India?
We've seen drills in the past 2 days, mock drills, blackout drills, and efforts to prepare the civilian population to respond to situations like these.
Wow.
And there's a blackout in place to ensure that the enemy cannot specifically target some areas.
Huh. So they don't even, they turn the power off themselves.
In the pictures from Jammu, the airport was one of the intended targets, the civilian airport. All those attacks have been foiled. That is what security forces are telling us.
Is this Pakistan attacking India? Yes, it is.
We've also seen firing along the line of control, especially in Poonch and Kupwara. India has seen multiple civilian casualties in Pakistani shelling and firing that has been going on for the past few days. Although India has taken care to avoid civilian casualties on the other side. Images from Bikaner, another border district in Rajasthan.
How come I can never do that, dude? Like I saw it well in time, I couldn't even turn. But when I try, the battleship somehow gets 90-degree turn before I can even do anything at all. I swear this game is so full of nonsense.
Better to err on the side of caution in situations like these, and Indian authorities are on the job.
How long do you think it'll last?
We are bringing you the latest of the Pakistani attack on multiple locations in India. No damage has been reported, no damage to life or property as of now, but debris of the Pakistani projectiles is being collected and those areas are being sealed off. This is Amritsar in Punjab.
So it's all for nothing?
To the Golden Temple. In fact, in the many strikes that we've seen from the Pakistani side, a Gurudwara was also one of the intended targets.
Okay.
That the Indian agencies successfully managed
India's attacking back
to foil.
Well, we'll see if that's happening. Stop spamming that. You've typed it like 5 times. You can't trust anything? You're right.
These are images from Udhampur in Jammu, I'm told. And Jammu was one of the first cities that saw this attack from the Pakistani side.
That was the one that we were looking at earlier.
More than 8 missiles from Pakistan have been brought down in Jammu by Indian agencies
So
and
it's
people
not just
being
drones,
asked to take
it's
shelter,
missiles too.
not venture out of their homes. The blackout very much in place.
Airports across the country asked to enhance security measures. Indian Army debunks any reports of a suicide attack. Well, that's good.
The Indian government also trying to fight fake news on social media because that is a real concern.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing earlier.
In fact, the government has issued orders, executive orders to social media platform X to block more than 8,000 accounts in India, subject to potential penalties, including significant fines and imprisonment of the company's local employees. So this is a very, very strict and stern order to X.
Good.
The platform's global government affairs team has issued a statement. They are going to comply for now. We understand.
I mean, I appreciate that.
This is Barmer in Rajasthan. Again, a
I don't
blackout
wanna
in place. A border.
I don't want to see them banned. I just want to see there be like a note. This is bullshit.
Like we said, a lot of social.
This game is so unbalanced, man. It's actually so annoying. I don't know why I play it. I really
The government
don't.
of India have been at it trying to debunk fake news.
I
We on
assume all
First Post
Pakistan
have been
channels are
putting out
terrorists.
a lot of clarifications as well on stories going around, stories being shared widely on social media.
Like, look at when the torpedoes showed up. They were this far away from me.
Videos, old pictures that have nothing
Ah,
to
the
do with
Russians are
India
so
or
fucking
Kashmir
dumb, dude.
being shown as latest images.
I think that if you are found to be posting something like this, I think they should
I
ban
want to
your
repeat that we urge
monetization.
all our viewers to
Because I think the reason why this
to
misinformation
rely
is so
only on
popular,
trusted sources of information.
the reason
and
why
we
it's
do
so
not
popular is
share
because
what you
people are
cannot
making money
confirm.
off of it. Take away the incentive and you stop the behavior.
We can tell you that blackouts are still in place in multiple areas in India and Western
Mr. Free
Rajasthan.
Speech? I've never been Mr.
in
Free
the border
Speech. You're
villages
making
of
something
Gujarat,
up. You're
Bathinda,
creating a straw
Pathankot,
man.
Amritsar, Chandigarh,
You're getting
Panchkula,
permaban.
and of course Jammu and Srinagar.
By the way, his name?
Union Home Minister Amit Shah has
Xi
spoken
Jinping,
to the
number
Director
one
General
fan.
of the BSF, the Border Security
Not
Force,
anymore.
which guards the border with Pakistan.
Okay.
And he's also in touch with the chiefs of other border guarding forces to take stock of the situation along the international borders. Airport security has been stepped up. 24 airports in northern and western India temporarily shut.
India temporarily shuts down 24 airports. Holy fuck,
This
man. Look at all this.
It's an evolving situation. We are keeping track of Pakistani action on multiple locations in India, and also what India is doing in terms of retaliation. Strikes reported in Lahore, Islamabad,
It has to be fake. They take the lights off the drones, right?
and Rawalpindi.
I don't know. I mean, my understanding
wrap
is that
for the
like
moment,
Pakistan isn't
but
as
we're
well
tracking
funded.
this very closely for you here on First Post.
So they might
We're
not have the
bringing
same
you
type of
credible
technology.
and verified information. Do stay with us and stay safe.
Yeah, I don't know. Jesus. Dude, the U.S. funds Pakistan? I don't know. I mean, probably if there's a terrorist organization in the world, I just
We are
assume that
tracking
we're funding them.
the escalation between India and Pakistan, and we are bringing you the latest updates. Before I tell you what is happening, I must say this. On First Post, we are not chasing speed, we are chasing accuracy, and we are only bringing you information that has been confirmed by multiple official sources. This is what has been happening over the past few minutes.
Look at the chat.
Pakistan began air attacks on Jammu. It happened around 9 p.m. India time. After that, the attacks were expanded to other north and western
Holy
cities.
shit.
What you're seeing on your screen are images from Jammu. You can see red flares in the sky. Soon it spread to other parts, Akhnur and Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir and Jaisalmer in Rajasthan. Pakistani drones were seen over Punjab and Rajasthan. Attempts were made to strike military targets in Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur. Also, the civilian airport in Jammu was reportedly one of the targets. India's air defense systems kicked in. Sources say the S-400 and Akash missiles were used to shoot down these projectiles that came from the Pakistani side.
God damn.
At least 8 missiles were fired from across the border on Jammu itself.
Isn't it wild that you're watching a war live?
In response, India has apparently hit back.
It's not so wild anymore. It's like the 5th war we've seen live.
So India's already attacking them too.
Significant. These are the initial reports that we've got, but we're waiting for an official word on this because
holy shit,
it would mark a direct attack on Pakistan's capital.
Yo, guys.
Attacking a civilian airport?
Thanks. I didn't even know it was my affiliate anniversary.
The Prime Minister is being briefed by the National Security Advisor. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh is also in contact with the defense chiefs. And we are seeing the impact elsewhere. The IPL match in Dharamshala has been suspended. All the players were rushed out and over 20,000 people were
escalation by Pakistan now once again and will be responded to and is being responded to appropriately.
Remember, India's operation was focused on terrorists, but Pakistan is targeting civilians and military sites. They're expanding the scope of this conflict and they're quite open about it. Today, Pakistan's defense minister gave an interview. He vowed to hit Indian military installations.
We will not hit the civilian population, not at all. We'll refrain from that.
I thought they already did.
We'll definitely hit their military installations. Military installation, their bases, their forward positions on all the 3 control line, working boundary and international boundary.
Military installations and forward positions will be hit by Pakistan is what their defense minister just said. You heard him speak. And yet we showed you visuals from Jammu just a short while back where Pakistan targeted civilian installations. They targeted Jammu city and surrounding areas and they targeted the civilian airport in Jammu. This is the situation in Jammu as we speak, coming under attack from Pakistani projectiles, all of which have been shot down.
I mean, it doesn't look like a military installation to me.
A blackout, as you can see, is in place. S-400 defense systems are in action, foiling the attack from Pakistan.
Shocking. A Muslim nationalist nation lying? What a big surprise.
Search for Poonch. It's a civilian place that got attacked. Yeah, I know.
And that's not all. 16 civilians have been killed along the line of control.
You want
context? Nothing now.
Their houses were riddled with Pakistani bullets.
You mean context?
Yet the defense minister claims that civilian population will not be targeted. The images on your screen are proof of the lies that Pakistan is peddling. I hope the world is taking note of all of this. It is not India that is expanding and escalating this conflict.
This is my first opinion on this, is that there's a good chance that there could be a paramilitary terrorist organization that is in Pakistan that's taking advantage of this conflict, that's attacking civilians at the same time. That could make it look like it's the Pakistani military. And this is, again, just me being a skeptical person. I'm not saying this is what's happening, but it's important to keep an open mind. You see what I'm saying? It's highly possible. Because, like, if I was them, wouldn't that be what you would do? If you were a terrorist organization, well, yeah, I would do that. For sure. Because that way you can escalate the war.
Back to the situation in
and
Jammu
that's their goal.
A short while back, Pakistan began airstrikes on the region. Swarms of drones and missiles were seen over the skies. Air raid sirens were ringing in different areas. First, Pakistan targeted locations in Jammu, then the attack shifted to Srinagar.
Oh, I didn't apply.
In response, India activated its air defense system. Sources say all the drones were shot down using India's air defense guns.
Oh, no, okay, didn't have to apply.
We'll see if there's any more on here, too. Yeah, we haven't even had a chance to talk about the Pope yet. Holy shit. Yeah, bro, nobody's even... This is crazy. Nobody's even talking about this. How is nobody talking about this?
What did that do?
Crazy.
What did that do?
India is on its toes. The way the situation is evolving, the Indian military is keeping its guard up. Pakistan is threatening retaliatory strikes. The armed forces are preparing for it. They're not taking any chances across land, air, and sea. The defenses are up.
The Pope, yes, yeah,
Multi-layered air defense systems have been activated. Combat air patrols are underway. Frontline fighter jets are airborne, and several Indian warships have been deployed.
What the fuck?
They have been moved to the Arabian Sea. Infantry units along the border are stocked and fully mobilized. Even India's nuclear command is on high alert. This is the Strategic Forces Command.
I gotta check something real quick.
It is maintaining a high state of readiness, not to provoke further escalation, but as a precaution. After the Balakot operation in 2019, India's armed forces strengthened their defenses. They inducted new weapon systems.
This is escalating really fast.
And some of them have been in action today.
Yeah, I bet
it is. Like the Russian-made S-400 missile systems. This is a versatile defense system.
There's already footage on combat footage.
Fighters, drones,
There
and
is.
ballistic missiles, even those which are as far away as 400 kilometers. The S-400 was fully integrated into India's air command and control grid. This grid is automated. It is designed to defend the Indian skies. It has a wide range of weapon systems, including the S-400, and the Indian command and control grid is ready to respond. That's the military preparedness. The government, meanwhile, is covering all the bases. Prime Minister Modi chaired a special meeting today. He met with secretaries from various union ministries. The Prime Minister reviewed national preparedness. He went through detailed plans to ensure that all essential systems are up and running, especially those for emergency response and communication. In fact, special measures have been put in place. Multiple airports have been shut as a precaution. Over 24 airports have suspended commercial operations in India. Most of them are in northern India. They're close to key Air Force bases. Over 400 flights have been cancelled so far. That's around 3% of India's daily flight traffic. Restrictions are in place. So if you're planning to travel, do check your flight status and brace for delays, cancellations, and rescheduled flights. Yesterday, mock drills were carried out across India in 240
Not too many vids on our combat footage yet.
to be high risk. It was the largest such exercise since the 1971 war. It involved air raid sirens, blackouts, rehearsals, evacuation drills, and public training sessions. This mock drill was designed for precisely such a moment. Pakistan has raised the threat levels.
Damn it.
There is every chance of an escalation. Today, S. Jaishankar warned Pakistan. He's India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar.
Oh my God.
He said that there will be a firm response if Pakistan attempted another attack.
Our response
Well, I feel like David's
targeted and measured. It is not our intention to escalate the situation. However, if there are military attacks on us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response.
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh echoed those words. He met leaders from various political parties today. He briefed them about Operation Sindoor. He said the operation is not over yet and that India does not want an escalation. Reports say that he also shared a casualty count. Around 100 terrorists in Pakistan could have been neutralized by India's precision strikes yesterday. 100.
Great.
That number is not confirmed, though. The defense minister also added that the situation is
How many
sensitive.
civilians?
Later in the day, he gave another public statement.
ने हमेशा एक रिस्पांसिबल नेशन होने का रोल बड़े संयम से निभाया है सदैव
We have to, as a responsible nation showing great patience, we support resolving disputes through dialogue.
बातचीत के जरिए से परंतु उसका अर्थ यह नहीं है कि हमारी सहनशीलता का कोई नाजायज फायदा उठाए
You just believe what the government says in regard to civilian versus terrorist death?
हमारे इस संयम का फायदा उठाने की
Why would you even say that?
कल की तरह ही
I proactively said that why aren't they announcing the civilian deaths?
So India is not backing down. There is a clear message from New Delhi to Islamabad. It has struck twice. Now Indian forces are ready to strike again. If Pakistan chooses the path of escalation, India's answer will be swift and strong.
There literally aren't any. If they killed them with no civilian deaths, they would have said that. I think the implication, this is just me, again, look, this is the way I approach everything. I assume something is a lie, and I work backwards to prove that it is true. That's the way I think. If you're showing only the kills of the terrorists, and you're not reporting the civilian deaths, I think there's a reason for that. Oh, there's this guy. Dishonest Abe. Pakistan loses, bro.
It's been 36 hours
They put him in the
since India struck
crosshairs?
Pakistan and their losses are mounting. India has demolished 9 major terror hubs. Pakistani leaders have done the rest. By going on international news channels and completely exposing themselves.
He looks like that.
The images and sound bites tell the story. Let's start with the major terrorist facilities, Murid and Bahawalpur. Murid is called the nursery of terrorism, and for good reason. It is located just 40 kilometers from Lahore. Murid is home to the Lashkar-e-Toiba. In fact, it houses the Lashkar's beating heart, the Markaz-e-Deen, a 200-acre fortress of fanaticism. Let that sink in. 200 acres.
Is that it now?
For a terror complex. It makes it one of the largest terror complexes in the world.
Not
Hundreds
anymore.
of people are recruited and radicalized here. They are trained to kill, destroy, and die. Let me pull a satellite image for you. This is the Lashkar complex in Murid Ke, a fully functional complex with schools, hospitals,
That
and
was
living
bombed yesterday?
quarters.
Yeah.
Ajmal Kasab was trained here. Osama bin Laden gave money to build a mosque here.
That's the OG
It is
Terry.
clearly a hub for terrorists.
That's the OG,
And
man.
this is where
There he
India
is.
struck on Wednesday night. Satellite images show extensive damage, especially to this complex.
You know that guy?
Were fired
Yeah.
by India in the premises we are standing, and the other 2 attacks were carried out after a brief gap.
He looks so happy.
The whole 4 attacks
Yeah,
were
he
carried out
did.
in less than 10 minutes. So 4 buildings have been demolished. One is the admin block just behind you, and the mosque behind me, and additionally 2 residences.
So you've seen the demolished structure. Now let's take you to Bahawalpur, another major terror hub. This is home to the Jaish-e-Mohammed and its founder Masood Azhar. The main target was this structure. Markaz Jamia Masjid Subhan
What does it
Allah
look like now?
complex. This is the main headquarters of the Jaish. The complex included the residence of Masood Azhar.
I don't really know what to do in this game.
6/11 Mumbai terror attack in 2008.
Oh, wow.
The Markaz also had training facilities where youth were indoctrinated and radicalized. You can see the sprawling facility on your screens.
This all looks
and
different.
This is what it looks like after India strikes.
Okay.
There is extensive damage.
Yeah, you can see the
especially
hole.
to the Markaz.
Yeah. Yep. The explosions, which occurred at 2:30, had led to a
thank
total
God.
of 37 emergency cases being brought to us. This is a doctor from there. Among them, there were explosive-related injuries and chest trauma. Yeah, I would assume that.
14 people close to Masood Azhar were killed in the strike. 10
Holy
family
shit.
members and 4 aides. Neutralized by India.
10 family members.
One of them was Abdul Rauf.
This is the guy.
He is the brother of Masood Azhar. Rauf was the operational head of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. He was behind
Yeah,
the
he killed that
IC
American
814
journalist.
hijacking in 1999.
Yep.
He also kidnapped and killed Daniel Pearl, the American journalist from Wall Street
So
Journal.
this guy's like a career
In
terrorist.
killing Rauf, India has done the Americans a favor.
And we finally
I want
got
to
him?
underline this. Through Operation Sindoor, India has avenged an American journalist too.
That's a rip bozo.
But I would say don't wait for a thank you.
Gotcha, bitch.
Coming back to Muridki and Bahawalpur, these were not random targets. Together, they represented the twin pillars of Pakistan's terror machine. Ideological radicalization in Muridki and operational planning in Bahawalpur.
I mean, if they actually killed him
India
and he was
struck
there,
both of
I
them
gotta
in
believe
one
India
night.
on this one. Why the
And
fuck
it
do
was
you
quite
have
a
like a
setback for
terrorist
Pakistan's terror
MVP in your area?
This double whammy was not enough. There was more trouble yesterday. In Rawalpindi, a drone hit the city's cricket stadium. This was just
Yeah, how
before
did he
Pakistan
get here?
Super League match. Pakistan Super League match, which included foreign players.
Smart move
Now
by
the
India.
organizers
Yeah,
are
it
shifting
is.
the remaining matches to Karachi.
How did the 0-year and 1-year-olds always tame dragons? I don't understand how that
This
works.
will be another blow to Pakistani cricket, which is already down in the dumps. Meanwhile, airports in Lahore, Karachi and Sialkot remain shut.
Bro,
no
she just
flights are
talking
taking
shit.
off from there, and that means more losses for Pakistan's dilapidated airline industry. In the restive province of Balochistan, there have been twin attacks. 14 Pakistan army soldiers were killed yesterday.
God
The Baloch
damn.
Liberation Army has claimed responsibility. So long story short, the generals in Rawalpindi are suffering one setback after another. And the so-called leaders in Islamabad are adding to their misery. Look at their defense minister, Khwaja Asif. Yesterday, he went on CNN, the American channel, and he claimed that Pakistan had downed 5 Indian jets.
Yeah, that's what I heard yesterday.
The anchor asked him for evidence. Do you know what Asif said? He said it's all over social media. That's their source of information, social media. Next time, maybe he'll be quoting his family WhatsApp group. And this is Pakistan's defense minister.
Yes, this lady is savage.
Such specimens. Like information minister Ataullah Tarar, he is denying the existence of terror camps altogether. He says India attacked.
What is this?
Pakistan has never struck first, but we have the right to self-defense.
Oh, this is the guy from yesterday.
And I have, pictures and images of women and children who are badly injured in hospital. So civilian localities,
dishonest
mosque which has been attacked.
The fact is, India did not attack Pakistan. India struck terror.
On the bright side, playing this adventure, I really understand intrigue now.
Well, if they didn't attack terror groups,
How it works, at least.
Then why did the bombs kill a terrorist? Like, and this is like a Steph Curry level terrorist too. Like, this guy's been in the game for years. I mean, yeah, like, how is it? How did this happen? How Pakistan get nukes? I don't know. What is this, like a kill cam montage? Oh, God.
By now, the world knows about India's Operation Sindoor. A bold message was sent to Pakistan. Terrorism will not be tolerated. Multiple terror sites, some of them were deep inside Pakistan. So what made these strikes so precise and so devastating? Let me break it down for you. 9 terror sites were targeted by India, 5 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir or POK, and the others were in Pakistan's Punjab. But the 2 main strikes were on Murid K and Bahawalpur.
I have to admit, give too much effort in videos, yeah.
In Murid K, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Toiba was hit. In Bahawalpur,
they attacked their
headquarters
ports?
of Jaish-e-Mohammed was taken out. So what did India use to carry out this operation?
I still don't have a son.
There's multiple.
First, let's talk about
There's multiple Terry
they were at the
MVPs
heart
here.
of this mission. Frontline fighter jets
How is
like
it
the
that you're
Rafale
bombing
took
civilian
part this
places,
time.
but
They
all the
took off
Terry
from
MVPs
airbases
are
in
there?
Central and northern India. They maneuvered themselves into what is called
how did this
an
happen?
optimal firing position. Then they launched long-range
They got
missiles,
2 OGs?
mainly the Scalp.
No, apparently it was 3.
Let me tell you about this missile. The Scalp can penetrate hardened bunkers and command posts, and this missile is stealthy. That explains how the Scalp flew undetected into Pakistan. It has a range of up to 400 kilometers.
Damn.
The Rafales fired these missiles while staying in the Indian airspace, and all of this happened at 1 o'clock in the night.
Yeah, it's
Scalp
usually
hit
when
the
they do the
target at
bombs.
Bahawalpur in 12 minutes. The Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters were hollowed out.
How many freedom units is that?
I've shown you the damage.
300 miles, something like that. I don't know. Nobody knows. 180. Yeah, I don't remember. So this is the Terry headquarters. Missile penetrates structure before exploding. Damn.
These images show what the Scalp has achieved, what it's capable of. Now let's look at some of the other weapons that were used, like the hammer. And I'm not talking about the household tool. This one is an acronym. HAMMER stands for Highly Agile Modular Munition Extended Range. HAMMER.
Bro, this is so
Think of it as a smart bomb, a bomb with a brain. Once it is launched, it can alter its path to reach the target. It is almost impossible to intercept.
Oh my
It has a
God.
range of up to 70 kilometers, and this bomb too was launched by Rafale jets, again from well within the Indian airspace. And it destroyed terror sites closer to India's border. So the Scalp missile and the Hammer bomb were the weapons of choice for the Air Force.
Yeah.
What about the Indian Army? They too were part of the Operation Sindoor. They struck the terror targets in POK, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. With what? suicide drones, particularly the Sky Striker. This is a loitering munition. It has a range of up to 100 kilometers. It can stay airborne for nearly 2 hours before crashing into the target.
Damn.
And it is quite hard to detect. But do you know the best part?
It was like an
of the
Amazon
Sky Striker?
package.
This lethal drone is made in India by a weapons firm based in Bengaluru. This is Indian innovation at its finest. Homegrown, precise, and deadly. The weapons
So they didn't even know about this one.
were a sample of the types of ammunition used. These were the tip of the sword. In the background was a silent force, electronic warfare units, Indian systems.
I should do. I completely forgot to look at those.
Blinded Pakistan's tracking stations and disrupted communication grids. The entire operation was a well-coordinated effort. The Indian armed forces worked together to achieve their objectives. But let's be clear, Operation Sindoor was not about weapons. It was about intent.
It really.
India targeted terrorist camps, not civilian areas, not Pakistani military
Well, yeah,
installations.
that's why they killed
The mission
terrorists.
was over in 25 minutes flat. The kind of weapons used were meant for targeted
The hell does
destruction.
this even do?
This was not an act of war. This was a mission to build deterrence with precision. It was retaliation with restraint. And it was a declaration that India's red lines are real.
We should look up what this does.
India's strikes were tactical, but their impact is strategic.
So, how are they saying that these are civilian places if they keep killing terrorists?
Today, the Sensex fell over.
How does this happen?
A drop of 0.5%. The Sensex is an index.
I mean, I don't know, man.
The Nifty also ended lower, down.
She's lying? You think the guy didn't die? He's actually alive the whole time? I don't know.
Strong, but they lost steam as the day wore on. By afternoon, there was a fair.
Because terrorists hide and live in civilian spaces? Well, yeah, they do. That way it makes it look worse if you attack them. So basically what they do is, this is what it seems like they're doing at least, is that they're trying to
You can get it
hide
from
in
tournaments as
civilian
well.
spaces, use people as effective human shields, go out and target other civilians, and you can't go and attack them because then there's collateral damage. That's what it seems like's happening. It does. That's what it seemed like. I'm looking at this because it's like at the beginning, I didn't really trust the India, like, yeah, sure, right? Yo, we're only attacking terrorist organizations. But how is it that you just randomly blew up 3 OG Terrys? How did this happen? Well, probably because it wasn't a civilian fucking area. That's what I fucking bet. Yeah, I mean, you just use a little bit of logic here, and there it is. Yeah, what a coincidence.
India's strike is bleeding Pakistani stocks. Another index, the KSE 100, also crashed today. It fell by over 7,300 points. This is a drop of almost 7%. Since the Pahalgam attack, the KSE 100 has fallen by 13%.
Jesus.
And the KSE 30 is down by nearly 14%. Pakistani traders are waiting for tomorrow. That's when the IMF board is meeting. They will decide on Pakistan's bailout extension. Will they get more money? That decision comes tomorrow. So the markets are quite nervous. They're under immense pressure. Guess who's making the most of it? Pakistan's iron brother China. Chinese defense companies are rallying. Some of them surged by double digits. And who are these winners?
A son,
Avic
please.
Chengdu is one
Please.
of them. Avic makes China's JF-17 and J-10C jets. Yesterday, its stock soared by 17%. Today, it rose by close to 20%. So taken together, that's a 36%
People can't accept
rise
that.
in
It'll
2
expose their
days.
double standard
In
with
a month,
Israel.
Avic has gained 53%.
I don't know.
Pakistan operates both of these jets, the JF-17 and the J-10C. And China supplies nearly 82% of Pakistan's arms. So while India and Pakistan face off, Beijing's defense sector
So
is
this seems like a really good, like, China is probably, this is great for
If
China.
there's a full-blown war, Pakistan would need more weapons.
Why are they standing there?
And it has just one
Oh, I guess
supply
it's a
to
parade.
turn to, which is China. So if Pakistan loses any equipment in conflict, Beijing will replenish it, possibly
Well, that's
quickly
convenient.
enough to keep the fight going. And this has nothing to do with product quality or innovation. This is purely about geopolitics. Investors are chasing the momentum. It may not last. This is at best a speculative spy.
If India threatens
a reaction to
Pakistan's
the current
existence,
events
we will
and
make
not
sure no
the
other country
fundamentals of these
survives.
conflicts. So how long will it hold? That depends on how the
What?
border situation evolves. India and Pakistan stand.
This guy seems like an
risk of war.
asshole.
Investors are not waiting for escalation; they're already pricing it.
Oh damn it!
What do you mean?
And defense stocks are where that bet
Appears to be
landed.
accurate, yeah.
Let's once again take you to the situation in Jammu
He
as
said
it
if our
develops.
existence is under
There
threat,
have
then
been
nobody
strikes
will
from the
exist.
Pakistani side.
What the
Defense
fuck?
sources saying that we are aware of an attempt and we are fully prepared to thwart what is coming from the other side. We've seen missiles, 8 missiles launched from Pakistan targeting Jammu.
What's
civil
with all
airport,
again?
Samba,
Why'd I get so many daughters, bro?
Srinagar, Jaisalmer, and nearby areas.
Putin said
All
the
of
same
these
thing about Russia?
projectiles were
Yeah, he did.
successfully intercepted by the S-400 air defense system. Multiple locations came under attack. Hoshiarpur, Pathankot. In Baramulla too, locals heard 2 explosions. In Kathua, Samba and Akhnur, which is also in Jammu. And drones fired at Jaisalmer too. 8 missiles have been shot down by India in Jammu.
Okay.
And the target was, among the targets was
look
the
at
Jammu
this.
airport, of course a civilian airport. The drones were successfully neutralized mid-air.
So these videos are the
coordinated
ones that are
deployment of
accurate.
Advanced technologies, no
I just want to point out as well in this conflict, it's like India is like, oh, we attacked terrorist camps, and Pakistan said, oh yeah, but you killed civilians, and then it turns out like a bunch of those civilians were actually top dog terrorists. And then Pakistan's like, oh, we will attack military bases, and then the footage you see from India, from Pakistan attacking is like civilian population. Like, okay, bro. You know we got... Everyone has cell phones now, right? Even the savages in Pakistan have cell phones.
damage, no casualties have been reported so far. An assessment of the situation is still on. Like I said, this is a developing situation. 8 projectiles, mostly surface-to-surface missiles, have been shot down by India's air defense mechanisms. This is the update that we have for you from Jammu. Pakistan striking
So
civilian
nobody even got
facilities
killed.
yet again in India.
It was all for nothing. Wow.
Oh, am I not allowed in here?
Yeah.
I guess not.
What a waste of money. What? Yeah, for what? Took them down at 100% rate? Yeah.
I know, right?
16 killed on the borderline? Well, no, I'm saying about this area. God damn.
Jammu and parts of Rajasthan, as you can see. The emergency response system is on. Civilian
I would
airports
bet.
in a lot of these places have not been operational as a
Islamabad
precaution.
targets Jammu airport? So they're trying to bomb a
And
civilian
air raid
airport?
sirens being heard across Jammu and parts of Srinagar as well.
That's
We're waiting for
interesting.
more updates to come in. These are pictures that we have from Jaisalmer in Rajasthan.
Funniest
again,
thing is
very
probably
close to the
all
border
our
with
tax
Pakistan.
money. It's actually China's tax money. Yeah, China has to pay for this one.
From the looks of it,
This isn't
this
as
is
much of
going
our problem.
to escalate.
And our money. Oh, yeah, a little bit, right?
8 missiles from Pakistan directed
They're targeting
at
civilians?
Satwari,
Well, that's what
Samba,
terrorists
Arispura,
do.
and Ernia, all intercepted
It would make
and
sense.
blocked
You know what?
by air defense units. And these images are eerily similar
Pakistan's attacking civilian
to
spaces.
the Hamas-style attacks on Israel. These are pictures from Akhnur, which also has
Hamas.
a military base. Multiple cheap rockets have been used
The
by
fuck am I?
Pakistan. The army operating and behaving like the Hamas terrorist organization. We'll bring you a report later on the show on
Oh,
how they've
boy.
copy-pasted the Hamas playbook.
This isn't gonna. Oh,
You
God.
remember that last month the ISA and Hamas met in Pakistan.
Oh,
and
no.
tried to
Are they gonna start supporting
We've
these
seen
guys,
a lot of
too?
similarities in how they operate since.
Oh, no. Oh, no. God, no. Not again. Free Pakistan. Yeah, get ready.
Can I save? I'm definitely safe scamming this one.
Unless they squat up. Yeah,
During
holy
conflicts,
shit.
there's a lot of focus on
Excellent.
social
Okay.
media. Sometimes
We got the good
governments try to
48%,
regulate.
not the bad
They may even
48%.
curb internet access. In Pakistan, it's the opposite though. For months now, Twitter or X had been shadow banned in Pakistan.
Wait, really?
Most users used a VPN to log on to X. But yesterday they noticed a difference. X was accessible in Pakistan even without a VPN.
So you can
You know why? Because Pakistan wants to amplify its fake news. Yesterday we debunked some of it and we've decided to keep it going. Let me show you the first piece of Pakistani fake news. This picture claims to show a destroyed S-400 defense system. In reality, this is a picture from 2023. It shows an explosion in Moscow. Next, we have a video. This one supposedly shows slain Indian soldiers. Again, totally false. This video dates back to 2011 and it doesn't show slain Indian soldiers. It shows eliminated terrorists. I'll pull out another example for you. This picture is supposed to show a downed Indian drone.
Yeah.
Apparently somewhere in Gujranwala.
Yeah, this...
Again, completely wrong, false. This is actually from the Russia-Ukraine war. The picture dates back to 2022.
Oh, God.
Another video claims to show an attack on the Amritsar airbase. You can see a massive fire in the background.
Yeah, yeah.
But let me tell you, this is not Amritsar, nor is it an airstrike. This is actually the image of a wildfire in Chile. The same video was shared last year as well. Back then, it was supposedly showing.
So they got Pakistan out there writing fan fiction?
So there's a clear pattern here. The same pictures, the same strategy, the same objective. The only difference is the theater. And we've got more examples for you. A video that shows soldiers waving a white flag. Pakistani accounts say these are Indian soldiers waving white flags.
The Indians are surrendering.
Flag of surrender.
Yeah. Why would the
In
Indians
fact, it's
surrender?
the opposite. This video is from 2019. It shows Pakistani soldiers waving the white flag. Why? To recover bodies of their slain soldiers. I'll show you two more videos, both posted by the same account on X.
Bro, this woman is a legend.
The first one appears to show the aftermath of an attack.
Oh
you can
my
see
God.
fires raging in between. You can also see some soldiers on the ground. The
cooking
caption
them?
says,
Yes.
"Scenes of India's destruction."
This is crazy.
Indian soldiers don't use this uniform
Scenes of
anymore.
Indians' destruction.
It is either old or it's fake. And here's the final video.
Oh.
It claims to show an Indian drone being shot down over Lahore. We
Right.
searched this image on social media. It is at least 8 days old. And it doesn't show Indian drones or Lahore. This attack happened in Ukraine. These are just some of the examples on social media. Right now, it's a flood of misinformation. Some videos may be posted out of ignorance. Others may have a nefarious agenda. Whatever the reason, it is extremely
If they
dangerous.
unblocked
Such videos
X,
can spread panic. They can demoralize
they absolutely
the armed
are
forces,
trying
and they
to
can
spread
also trigger
misinformation.
miscalculations.
Duh.
Of course they
Stop
are.
this. There are 3 things that we can do as a country that we must do.
Ah.
First of all, as
This is
users,
crazy.
we have a responsibility. Do not believe everything you see online. Only rely on trusted sources. And if you're unsure, either fact check it or ignore it. Most importantly,
right.
do not forward it. Secondly, the government needs to vigorously fact check. The Press Information Bureau is doing a fairly good job. If need be, they should rope in more fact checkers. Basically, pump more resources into it, at least on a temporary basis.
Yeah.
This needs to be challenged.
Video from
And
Indonesia.
finally, the government's communication is quite important. You see, misinformation spreads when there is a vacuum, when the government is silent.
That's true.
It seems that the government is aware of this. Overnight, social media was abuzz with hundreds of reports and videos. They claimed to show deadly attacks on Indian and Pakistani cities. So today, the government released a statement. Afterwards, they also briefed the media. Unlike yesterday, the Foreign Secretary also took questions today. Again, this is very important because only official information can keep misinformation at bay.
Yeah.
It's a delicate time for media houses too. We know the audience is eager for news and videos. But we can't just give you anything. On First Post, all our reports and images are verified. We source them from trusted news agencies and government departments. And for social media clips, we double check with our sources.
Even the
Sometimes,
the
even
Taliban
this
are telling them to calm
can
down?
betray you. And that's what happened
Wait,
yesterday.
what?
You may remember this video clip of a missile attack. It was widely played across news
Wait,
channels
what?
everywhere. And we got this clip from a reputed foreign
Even
news
they're saying,
agency.
guys.
But later, the
That's
same agency
far away, what the
but
fuck?
multiple agencies offered this video and then retracted it later. They claimed that the source of the video was suspect. We have since tried to remove that content from our videos, but it shows you what the challenge is.
Oh, we saw that
Everyone
yesterday.
must be vigilant. If you're not an expert, even more so.
Hey, we got lucky.
That's me.
Here at First Post, we will always try to do that. We won't just get you the news, we will get you the accurate news.
Holy shit. Pakistan's defense minister humiliated on CNN after failing to provide proof on downed Indian jets. Okay, here we go.
Pakistan's defense minister Khawaja Mohammad Asif was humiliated in the global media after he failed to provide evidence of his claim that Pakistan shot down 5 Indian jets and a drone in retaliation to India's strike on Pakistan, Kashmir.
You've just brought up the fact that India lost some fighter jets, so let's be quite clear about this. Pakistan claims it shot down 5 Indian Air Force jets and a drone, as I understand it. India says there's no evidence of that, no proof. So can you provide more detail? Hold on. Can you provide more detail? And is this the response that your army spokesman threatened, or is there further action to come? Let's start with this very specific allegation of 5 fighter jets shot down.
So they're saying that they shut down 5 Indian fighter jets, and this is the thing that apparently was total bullshit.
Evidence for that, sir?
It's all over the social media, on Indian social media, not on our social media. The debris of...
Well, somebody said it on Twitter. What is this, Hassan? He's using the Sanavi playbook, dude. Well, I use Twitter.
I mean, if you're the defense minister... I don't understand this.
Embarrassing.
Like, you know better than social media? Like...
It's all over Indian media today, and they have admitted their media has...
The reason to talk to you today, sir, it's not to talk about content all over social media. I'm sorry. It's not to talk about content all over social media. I'm asking you very specifically.
Oh, God.
Online commentators blasted the misstep with this person.
They are relying on social media as a source of information about what their own military is doing? What the fuck is going on?
Saying they are relying on social media as the source of information about what their own military has done.
Hashtag Assaulted on Twitter.
This commentator agreed, saying a laughing comedy show is going on. Who has made him the defense minister of Pakistan?
That's a good question.
And the situation was made even more bizarre after it was revealed that CNN published an article saying French intelligence confirmed Pakistan downed the French-made Rafale warplane that was being used by the Indian military. However, in another twist, the Times of India are saying the article is fake, despite the world's media reporting on the downed craft. The alleged retaliatory strikes...
Well, I mean, can't you just figure out if it's fake instantaneously by looking for news articles that were posted with the same image? Like, I mean, isn't this, like, instantly easy to find, whether it's fake or not? I mean, I don't even understand. How is this even, how is this even a conversation? Yeah, you use Google Lens. You could just go and reverse image search. There's a million ways to do this.
By Pakistan came
it's a 20-minute investigation tops. It's like 2 minutes. Because, like, people do this all the time.
India struck what they referred to as terrorist locations in Pakistan-held Kashmir yesterday.
So this one, I think, apparently was fake as well.
And the intensification of this conflict is making the world very nervous because both nations have nuclear weapons, says podcaster Patrick Bet-David.
Why don't you tell me the Islamic Kalima? They don't have it. Boom, kill them. Now, why does this matter? Because when you think about the top countries in the world with the most nuclear arsenal, you know where Pakistan and India are? Neck and neck. 1/6 place, which is India with 172. The other is 170. And by the way,
that's a lot.
Do you know how a Pakistani official just responded to Al Jazeera named Faisal Kundi? You know what he said about nuclear weapons? Listen to this. Our nuclear bombs are not meant to be displayed in museums.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, damn, this is far. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
We
You gotta
will
be
use
shitting
them
me.
if attacked by India. All is fair in love and in war. He said this
I have to go to
on
Winterfell,
April
that's why.
30th. Today's the attack by India. This could escalate like this. And the reason why this has happened, a lot of people are talking about going back to, hey, when you think about, is this like a World War III possibility? Because we can't have those two guys go at it. Or is this more like Cold War, what happened where Russia was communism and they were behind all the Korean War, Vietnam War, all the, you know, even some of the war that was happening with
If the Pakistani army has no association with terrorism, why are they risking war with India over the elimination of a bunch of terrorists? If the Pakistani army has no association with terrorism, then why are Pakistani army generals at funerals for terrorists? I mean, this is an interesting question. But it's not really a question. Everybody knows the answer to this question. It's obvious.
Iran-Contra, they're
What
behind
is-
of it? Or is this more like, in this situation, China's behind everything because they're instigating Pakistan? Is U.S. all of a sudden going to get involved with this? Russia's kind of involved because they got a very good relationship with India. 60% of the military equipment that India uses, they bought from Russia, and 40% of the oil that Russia sells, India is the customer. So there's a very interesting dynamic going on here.
CNN reporter Nick Robertson agrees, explaining Pakistan's government are not letting this go.
Yeah, we've heard a lot from government officials today, defense minister, the military officials speaking, and the prime minister. And the prime minister been on TV quite a lot, having a meeting with his National Security Committee, speaking to Parliament. But he gave an address to the nation a couple of hours ago. It was pretty kind of emotive stuff. And it was very clear. This is still headed
If they have no connection to terrorists, they should help India investigate them in the country. Yeah, I mean, it would logically make sense that if you have a terrorist cell in your country, that you would want to, like, because if it's a terrorist cell that is dangerous, then it would logically make sense that the highest level of risk would be the people that are around that cell in your country. Like, they're the ones that are the immediate risk.
Dude, another daughter? Bruh. All daughters.
The very clear potential for escalation. He said, India has to pay. The blood of our martyrs will be avenged. So basically...
What? Our martyrs? Well, does...
at a time and a place of our choosing.
Do they have, like, I mean, because usually, I mean, with a lot of these things, like, there's like a group chat or something where they all, like, put communication together so they don't contradict each other. Like, are they civilians? Are they terrorists? Are they martyrs? Like, who are they? Like, what's going on? Like, I mean, really...
That's pretty much the language the military here are using as well. The defense minister did say today that he wants to avoid an escalation, and although everything seems quiet tonight, and it is at the moment...
Is it possible they don't view these dudes as terrorists? There's no way, right? Well, then they would say that. I mean, they would say that, well, these aren't terrorists, they're freedom fighters, but they're not even acknowledging... Like, I mean, maybe that's it, but I don't know.
I think the country is on tenterhooks. There's been increased shelling across the line of control, that de facto border between the Indian and Pakistani bits of Kashmir. India says that 12 civilians have been killed on their side, dozens of others injured. And after the sort of dust settled in the overnight attack, which was just over 24 hours ago now, Pakistani officials say that 31 people were killed, and among them women and children, and dozens of others injured. So everyone now has a clear picture of what happened, and Pakistan's laid out its position, and it does seem to be a question of their move next.
Nick, it seems pretty fucking obvious what's happening, right? I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, like, I could be wrong about this, but it seems like this is very one-dimensional.
Uh-oh. Invest on you. I think I missed. Oh, we won. I won that one too. Let's go. Bryce crossbow and Bryce scepter. Oh my god, it's purple. That's hot. Let's see. Yeah, pretty good.
I don't know if you noticed, but the last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity. You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
Ethan and Hila are well aware that we raised $1.3 million for charity the first year of Creator Clash. The second year we operated at a loss, and I take full responsibility for that. It's been really disheartening to see how often Ethan will attack Creator Clash through us or attack us through Creator Clash.
Ian and
Bro, you're trying to destroy him. What the fuck do you expect?
He's highlighting this post, saying the event.
Well, I made a hit piece on him, but he's talking about me now. Bro, shut the fuck up.
Okay, I am live. I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to jump you on anything. I just had a question about the mechanics of Creator Clash that I thought you might be able to answer.
I was about to go off on some races, by the way. You're lucky you gave me that heads up. I thought we were doing secret Nazi talk that you love so much. What's going on? What is it now? What did they do?
No, I have a question. So I'm trying to understand the mechanics, and you were the one who explained them to me. So I can see there's a donate page that has raised $33,000 right now, and that appears to not be related to ticket sales. That's just a flat charity donate page, right? What percentage of the ticket sales go to charity?
I don't think any.
Because that's what I think, and that has to not be correct.
I think these are separate. I think I'm gonna this was my understanding of it, is that the fundraiser is one thing, and the ticket sales are the event. And the event, I guess, would bring eyeballs to the fundraiser in some way.
Escaped.
That's fucking insane if that's the way that works. So wait, the tickets.
Escaped again? Okay, I should not do.
The donate button is for charity.
The ticket, the tickets for like.
Oh, my 1-year-old can
Yeah,
dance.
the tickets for the fight pay for the gala and the comedians and all this shit, right? That's what that's paying for. The ticket pays for the event, and the donate button pays for the charity, and they are now two entirely separate entities.
Yeah, I think.
We still got him.
I think that's how,
Lucky.
I think that's how it is. I think that's the. That's
so this is not a charity event. This is a boxing match that actually has a charity component.
Nicholas, you stupid motherfucker! It was never charity, bro.
Dude, this is evil. Evil Harley is called in to tell me I was right the entire time.
This is my heel turn. I'm doing a boxing event, and it's called no charity.
Dude, I'm fucking dying, bro. This is insane. There's got to be something we're missing here, surely. Because I'm going in the frequently asked questions, and it's all like, how can I donate? It's like, you can donate directly to Stand Up to Cancer here. What happened to all the other charities? This is just for cancer this time?
They did that. Yeah, that I know. So it's only Stand Up to Cancer, and I know that the last.
Well, it's
time
okay. The Alzheimer's patients, as Buckley said, the Alzheimer's patients don't even remember they didn't get paid last time.
Yeah. Kim, no, I'm kidding. The whole charity thing last time was tied to fighters, and I think a number of fighters that that I spoke to took it really personally, and this way the expenses. I guess the logic is the expenses of the event won't affect the outcome of the donation to charity. But then I guess the boxing event is somewhat of a standalone thing. But the way I saw it, when I was wondering, we had discussed this, would people promote it? Do people want to promote it? Will they promote it? I always thought the promotion, at least with the last one, was you had a charity, and your charity would get paid based on ticket sales, so you were inclined to promote it.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's you didn't select the charity. I'm sure the charity is still important to everyone, and it's still a good cause. But you didn't select the charity, so you don't have the personal aspect attached to the charity, nor do you have the ticket sales going to charity. So,
Yeah, this is fucking crazy. And the top fundraiser. Wait, I didn't even realize this, chat. I didn't realize this. So they've made $33,000. No, they haven't. iDubbbz contributed $15,200 out of his own money. They've only gotten about like fucking $18,000 in donations, and we're a month and a half away from the event.
I think it's worth noting. I thought Ethan donated like $5,000 also or something.
I see 1,000 from Ethan and H3H3. Full leaderboards.
Okay.
The top
Yeah, I
donation.
remember when he was doing the boxing thing. There was a donation.
Yeah, this is fucking weird. This can't be the case, dude. Because then it's literally not a charity event. It's literally just a boxing match that's like promoting a charity.
Well,
fuck it.
I could probably make a connection if I were still boxing in the event. I could definitely make a connection.
Like you'd have a great argument for this, right? Like you'd know exactly how to word it.
Give me 1 second, actually. Let me think one up.
Dude, you are the strongest soldier, bro. You have an answer for me.
Here, think about this. Think about this. The boxing event brings a lot of eyeballs to the fundraiser for the charity.
But we actually can field test this because it's so far it hasn't. And we're talking about Creator Clash every day. Like every day they're talking about Creator Clash. Now I have to imagine that after Hassan's stream, this thing is gonna blow up. Like Hassan is gonna watch the content.
What Hassan stream?
Hassan is watching the content nuke for charity, and I assume it's literally going to be this. It's literally going to be this charity. This is my guess. I imagine that whatever he makes on that stream.
I think so too.
But if he does that count? Like if Hassan does a charity stream and raises $1 million for cancer, does that mean Creator Clash raised $1 million through cancer? Like, would you give that to Creator Clash if they do that all in one day on Hassan's stream?
Creator Clash 1 and 2 raised over $1 million. You know where I stand.
Yeah, dude. Can we break that down? Can we cut that in half and see what was the exact breakdown on those two of those? Oh fuck.
Anyway, if Hassan raises $1 million, nobody has to box.
They can just go home. No one gets CTE in, dude.
It's part of the contract. The boxing event doesn't happen.
Wait, what? You're kidding, right?
No, I'm joking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, dude, they just get to go to the galas.
You don't know anymore with how everything's playing out.
This is so fucking stupid. Yeah, like, it literally could be anything.
It's been a wild ride.
Listen, do you want to kind of? I don't know how much you want to talk about what happened with you. Do you have any?
I have no idea what I'm doing in this game.
Do you want to kind of run through how that went down, or are you going to keep that tight-lipped?
You put me on the fucking spot like this?
Hey, listen, the answer no is perfectly okay. I am not trying to sabotage any of your friendships.
No, I have no life. I have no friends, and I'm a former athlete. I'm ready, whatever, dude. No, I do want to say one thing. I think that the Hassan stream will actually.
Bro, this is insanity.
Because I think he has
6 kids, all daughters.
Really
Kill me now.
He's been very successful in the past with fundraisers, and I think he can raise a lot. If I had to like ballpark it, I feel like he could raise like over $600,000 in a single stream.
I'm thinking he's gonna make $911,000.
I think that is a very accurate number. And I know what you did there, but I do think.
Yeah, I think that Creator Clash deserves 911,000. You know? Fuck it, I'll say it, dude. Okay.
I'm not. Listen. I
haven't seen the gameplay, no. But I knew it was announced. Well, I'm always prepared when I play a Paradox game. For that.
Clear the street. Shut the f up!
Death to the police. Guys, this is insane.
Yeah, I noticed that.
So,
Or I read that.
University of Washington was set on fire.
More people,
while pro-Hamas
mechanics.
students chanted death to the police. What?
I'm telling you, dudes, if they would combine all Paradox games into one, they'd have like the greatest or grand strategy ever made. Problem is, it would melt your PC in like 5 seconds.
I actually think that, like, for this kind of stuff, I think it's really important that they are just like hyper aggressive about this and they just totally shut it down. Like, I mean, you can't. I mean, this is third world country stuff. Like, you're making blockades of random things and setting them on fire. Really, this is third world country behavior. There's no reason to deal with this at all. There's no reason to put up with this even for a second. It's a violent act. Yeah, it is. Indoctrination from terrorists. It sucks that some of those beautiful places in the country, West Coast, have been turned into terrible places to live with their laws and crimes. I would have loved to live in Seattle or Portland, but they're just trash places because of the people and the governments. I think that the reason why they're such trash places is because they're high-income areas. And a lot of high-income areas and high-income people never have to deal with the consequences of any sort of, you know, like, kind of suicidal empathy that they have. So these people live in, like, gated communities, and they're separate from the rest of the population. And because there's so many of them, though, they're able to make a tangible effect on voting, so their luxury beliefs get turned into laws, and now the population has to pay the price for it. And I think that's the reason why you have a lot of these, like, really rich cities that have these really bad laws. Because, like, have you guys noticed that it seems like all of the cities that have, like, really, really high, like, standard of living, or not standard of living, like, cost of living, are the cities that have the dumbest laws? I think the reason why is because those people have the ability to just simply pay to avoid this problem entirely. And so they can afford to vote in a way that makes them feel good, because they don't have to deal with the consequences of, again, those luxury beliefs. Sanctuary cities? Well, look at, I mean, New York is the same thing, right? Also the largest wealth gaps? Yeah, and that's the reason why you have this happen. I think it is. I could be wrong.
I want to start on the dragon stuff. I have no idea how to do that. I probably need a county.
They lit dumpster fires, created blockades, and chanted death to the police. See, like, I just don't see how this happens. Like, in my opinion, like, I'm very much of the mindset that, like, I have no problem with people that are protesting and, like, you know, they're just protesting. But, like, if you're obstructing people's movement in the public place, you are, in my opinion, I think, committing an act of violence. And I think the police should just arrest all of them. And I think that, like, I mean, what they could do, like, if I was the police, this is what I would do. I would probably do a eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and every fifth person gets charged, like, with an insane thing. Just make it completely random and totally, like, you know, just indiscriminate. And do that a few times, and then people stop doing it. It's pretty simple. Why not all of them? It'd just be too much paperwork and too much effort. That's really the reason. You're also damaging public property? Yeah, no, for sure. For a protest? This isn't a protest. Like, when you're lighting things on fire and you're obstructing people's movement, like, this isn't protesting. Yeah, this is terrorism. Like, I like, it doesn't matter. The judges would let them go. Just put them up in federal charges, so it doesn't matter. Here's a copy of pro-Hamas chant this evening.
What?
Down with the Iron Dome. Oh, man. I feel like some of these blood money in your bank account, a child's life was worth no amount. Oh, boy. Yeah, their LARPing looks fake. Yeah, it could be fake. You're right about that. Kind of engaging in negotiations with protesters. UW sent in dozens of cops in riot gear to brutalize students. Huge fucking W. Massive fucking W. Exactly how you should handle it. There is no, you should not give even the slightest amount of leniency or, you know, like, weakness into this at all. Just immediately brutalize them, immediately arrest them, immediately get them, shut it down instantaneously. Do that a few times and it stops after. Take it down. Yeah, they're adults. Yeah, you do not negotiate with terrorists.
We used to beat these people with sticks. Can we go back to that era?
They were in fact defeated. But, you know. Yeah, they got arrested and they brought in a bunch of other people and that was about it. But like, yeah. Why are these demonstrations only in the USA? In Poland, we have close to 2 million immigrants from Ukraine to war, and not a single dumb shit like this is happening here. The reason why it's happening a lot in the US, so one of the big reasons why is because the US funds Israel in a way that a lot of other countries don't. And so that's the reason why you have a lot of protests in America, is because people feel like they're more connected to the problem.
I just realized I'm in the incest duchy.
Right? I mean, wrong, there's a lot in EU too. I mean, US law allows it. Yeah, and there's also the US law that allows it. What is this?
Breaking news coming out of Seattle, where dozens of demonstrators against the war in Gaza took over a building at the University of Washington last night. They also blocked streets and set fire to dumpsters. Now, this is the most visible protest of its kind so far this spring, following dozens of protests on campuses a year ago. Police arrested more than 24 people. Among other things, demonstrators demanded the school break its ties to the Boeing Corporation because of its military contracts. Breaking news coming out.
Yep. And so, so far this spring, it's easy to solve this problem. Very, very easy.
Left, you're all the same. SPD, KKK. IOF, you're all the same.
The Seattle Police Department is like the KKK.
Thank you so much, B.
Fucking to you, it's a bunch of white.
How you doing today, sir?
Like, absolutely.
Good morning.
100% chance.
Left, you're all the same. SPD, KKK. IOF, you're all the same. SPD.
The usual
KKK.
suspect, yeah.
IOF, you're all the same. SPD, KKK. IOF, you're all the same.
Jesus Christ.
It's like 3 people.
Okay, let's see if there's any more of them. UW would rather set riot cops on their own students than negotiate peacefully. These people don't want a negotiation. This isn't even what they're looking for. They're looking for, they're trying to bully them into doing something. And also, like, the entire premise of a negotiation, like, the university isn't accountable to these people. Like for example, a private company is not accountable to random citizens. So a private company can act in the way that it wants, and random citizens cannot demand accountability directly from that company. Now, they can lobby the government to demand accountability. Of course they can. But to demand it directly themselves, they can't. Yeah, idiot troll comment? Yeah. Well, yeah, they send in cops with riot gear to deal with rioters. What's odd about that? Yeah, I know. Isn't that a shock? But, yeah, well, there we go. And, wow. God damn. Law enforcement officers who breached the mechanical engineering building. What a surprise. I'm so glad this kind of stuff isn't as popular as it used to be. And now it's just that the government, because like you've got to keep in mind, this is in Seattle. And so, like, if they're being this aggressive with it, the probability that any of these protests go anywhere for, like, the indefinite future is basically zero.
Yo, B. I'm alright.
Like, isn't
Good
Seattle
morning.
where Chaz was when
How you
they
doing,
created
sir?
That, like, you know, that place where, like, the police weren't allowed to go in during COVID? I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, it was. And so, like, this is, like, ground zero for retardation. So if even here you have common sense, yeah, this is cooked. I think people in general have just been completely fed up with this.
Nice. Good moods are important.
Yeah. You got a Karen crashing out in the background. Yep, turning the lights on. There you go. These people have gone too far. Oh yeah, they definitely have. I think that protesting and, like, you know, being okay, you know, or like trying to, like, you know, raise advocacy is okay. But, like, whenever you're lighting things on fire, like, what are you doing? How is this called a protest? It's obviously
Oh my
not.
god,
It's a riot.
finally.
It is. Like, again, like, you're literally lighting shit on fire and destroying property. Yep, there we go. See, what they need to do, though, like, I think this is great, but what I think that they need to do a
Tween
lot
as well.
more of is they really need to start arresting these people. They need to start arresting them and, like, really charging them with things that are, like, very extreme.
Damn it.
In order to make other people stop doing it. And deport them? Well, yeah. I mean, no. By the way, if any of these people
There
are
goes my
non-citizens,
genius.
I think they should be immediately deported instantaneously. If you are participating in riots and things where you're lighting things on fire, we already have enough crackheads in our country to begin with. We don't need to import new crackheads. Would never happen. Never say never. Charge them with terrorism, simple as that? Sure.
I'm surprised they haven't done that yet, to be honest. Because that's literally what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see this. This is great. Yeah, they're just totally shutting it down. No bullshit, etc. If you're not a citizen, it's not your fucking business anyway. Yeah.
Please clear the street. Shut the f*** up!
Death to the police.
Bunch
This
of
is some
retards
fucking,
LARPing.
like, you know, some, like, random 19-year-old white kid, like, spamming this. Like, what are you doing? Like,
On the sidewalk, you cannot interfere with these officers.
God, I wish you could see these people.
You can be subject to arrest.
Oh, you can. Yep.
We just
This
did a
is the
mission
guy that's saying death to the police.
for Lord Mattis the Impaler.
It's always really funny to me whenever I see people, especially
Little
like
sus.
women and like smaller guys like this, that are always like death to the police. The only reason why you're alive is because of the police. If it wasn't for the police, you'd be dead. Because somebody bigger than you and stronger than you would come and kill you. And that's what happens everywhere else in the world where there's no police. That's it. Like, yeah, you'd be naturally selected. It's just it's very funny for me to see them say this.
Subject to arrest. Again, you can peacefully protest on the west sidewalk. Do not interfere with these officers. Do not in their way.
Oh, these people are so
I
deeply
guarantee you,
unserious,
by the
bro.
way, if somebody started beating this guy up, he'd be immediately calling for the police.
Please, please, help, help.
Instantaneously, he'd be crying, calling
The
for
biggest
the
fucking
police,
retard
trying
bitches.
to get them to make them stop.
Just look at BLM, dude. It's all nonsense. It's all bullshit. Abolish the police. Defund the police. A year later, you defunded the police? What the fuck? Bitch, you fucking asked for it. Of course. Of course it's gonna be on you. Are you fucking... Well, yes, you're a retard, clearly, because you say such idiot shit like defund the police, but...
Like, you know, 5'6" white kid with a beanie on and a mask talking about death to the police. It's just embarrassing. It's completely fucking embarrassing that this is happening. And yeah, his voice is cracking. It's pathetic. And like, how is it that like you don't realize this?
Every IOF soldier killed is a victory against colonialism.
Dude. Why is it always the same fucking people, dude?
He's having a crash out? Yeah, I know. Oh, trying to take a moral high ground? It's embarrassing no matter who says it. Yeah. You want to listen to that one again? Boy, he's talking about like killing soldiers and like having a war. Bro, like, it's just... Of all the people that shouldn't want a war, he should be #1.
Every cop dead is a victory for the resistance.
Yeah, you're literally a product of colonialism yourself. And this is the thing is
it's like the whitest fucking
like
retard.
Confronted with that reality, where like if you actually think that you're a product of colonialism and America's colonialist, well, what are you gonna do about it? Well, you're not gonna do anything about it. You're just going to virtue signal about how other people are bad because of it. Because these people never actually want to, you know, they're not going to relinquish their lands to Native American tribes. They're not going to, you know, donate money to them. They're not going to go back to like whatever country their European family probably immigrated from. They're just going to sit here and complain and talk about it.
Soldier killed is a victory against colonialism.
This is the women's studies major.
Oh my god. Oh, I love this.
Every IOF soldier killed is a victory against colonialism. Get a real job, dipshit.
Oh man. Fucking dumbasses. Yeah, that's so fucking funny to me. Oh god. Oh boy, oh boy. Yep, well, things are not going well for them. 30 were arrested after left-wing extremists took over a building. 30 of them got arrested. Yep, there you go. Well, there's at least $1 million of damage done. Well, pretty simple. Find out who did it and fine them for that amount of money. It's pretty, yeah, we need more convictions. Oh yeah, no, in my opinion, like, this is the way that Democrats have taken over a building. Boeing's a huge piece of the state of Washington's economy. Yeah. I don't know how, like, I don't know how anybody puts up with this for even a second. I don't. It's pathetic. I know, it is pathetic. Honestly, I think the police should just come in and immediately arrest these people, post their identities, expel them from the school, convict them of some form of bullshit, and then put them in jail. Like, that would be it, right? Like, I mean, if it was up to me, that's what would happen. And if you did that, why? Because I think that they're destructive and violent. I'd be okay if they were just as a deterrent, right? Exactly. There should be a deterrent for this. I think this is the same one that we saw before, but I think this might just be it. Freedom to protest, though. You're not like, so whenever you're, so people, if you want to talk about the freedom to protest,
that doesn't include lighting shit on fire.
People to be able to of movement, right? So like whenever you take a person and you make it to where like a person can't go somewhere in a public space, you are now taking away their freedom. And so also like, and by the way, like you have people that are like setting things on fire, like protesting, like the moment that like fire is not a form of protesting. So anytime I see a fire and there's a protest, that's not a protest, that's a riot. That's it. And so yeah, that's arson, exactly. And fire is scary and busy. You don't need to cover your face to protest. Well, I don't have a problem with people covering their face, right? That's not really a big deal to me. But yeah, unless it's tiki torches. Well, I mean, I think like if it's something small, right? It's like a lamp or something. It's not a big deal. But I'm clearly talking about like lighting big things on fire. Like I know you're trying to make like some like fucking reference to that Charlestown thing or whatever the fuck it was. But that's very clearly like, I mean, are you implying that I'm like a supporter of like some white supremacist group? What a ridiculous and stupid thing to say. It has nothing to do with what we're discussing. It's not related. I've never expressed any support to that at all. It's just total bullshit. And so anyway, I mean, don't be don't be confused. I know exactly what you're doing, right? I mean, this isn't even the only thing that happened today. Like, apparently the Houthis surrendered, or they just at least agreed to stop attacking.
We had some very good news last night. The Houthis have announced that they are not, or they've announced to us at least, that they don't want to fight anymore.
That's nice.
They just don't want to fight. And we will honor that. And we will stop the bombings. And they have capitulated. But more importantly, we will take their word. They say they will not be blowing up ships anymore. And that's what the purpose of what we were doing. So that's just news. We just found out about that. So I think that's very, very positive.
That's great.
They were knocking out a lot of ships going, as you know, sailing beautifully down the...
I mean, this is what I said about it, right? People said, oh, you can't stop them from doing it. And I was like, if you can't stop some rinky-dink terrorist group from one of the poorest countries in the world from stopping international trade ships, if our military can't do that, I want my money back. Really, like, I want a fucking refund. Because, like, where's it going? What's the point? Like, we can't even figure this out. Like, bro, why don't we just, like, I could at least buy something else, right? Or do something.
Various scenes.
Yeah, I want a bigger tax refund.
Dude fell off the mountain.
Tax refund, yeah.
A lot of other places. And I will accept their word, and we are going to stop the bombing of the Houthis, effective immediately. We have...
Well... So this happened just a little bit. All right. Well, no wonder they quit. Yep. That's a fire? That is a crazy fucking fire. Looks like hell? Yeah, it does. Oh my god. By the way, of course they surrendered. Like, of course. I don't know why anybody would be surprised at all about that. This morning, RDF large-scale drone attack, Port Sudan, hitting civil infrastructure, including the airport. Let me see if I can find the rest of this here. Yeah, this is just a crazy fucking video. Massive drone strikes hit Port Sudan. They already said they didn't surrender. I don't know. I mean, do the Houthis have a Twitter account? I don't even know. I mean, I'm sure they do, right? They have Instagram. Yeah, I have no idea. Is it a dumbass? It's not Tataz. Okay, well, let me see if there's any more about this at all. And, Houthi-affiliated media channels have released the first look at Santa's International Airport after today's waves of strikes from the Israeli Air Force. God damn.
Oh,
Well, underestimate the enemy. I mean, let's be real, guys. I mean, there's no way that they were gonna keep doing it. They destroyed the whole airport. Yep. The Houthis hit their airport first. Yeah, there was an attack on the Israel airport. I don't know if that was from the Houthis or not. I have no idea. Keep poking the bear and it's gonna bite. Yeah. God damn. So they destroyed the entire airport. Is that true? And it was apparently Israel that did this, or America? I mean, you know, MB4, what's the difference? But like, which one's taking ownership of it? It's Israel. Okay. Wow. Holy fuck. Pretty much, they destroyed the terminals and the plane roads and the comm tower and the planes, at least 10 of them. So you can call it an airport anymore, destroying civilian airplanes? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know really what this had to do with the Houthis at all. I'm not even sure. Must be a reason. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I don't know. Check Google Maps. The whole airport was fucked already.
I really don't know what the hell to do in this game.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna be flying out of there for a while. Let's see if I can find any more of these. This is from 2004. Israeli military airstrikes completely knocked Sansa Airport in Yemen out of operation. Senior Houthi official warns Israel just crossed the red line and must await our response. Oh, man. Jesus. Well, the response is to cry more. I mean, I don't know. Like, this is dumb. Who's qualified opinion to have a qualified person to have an opinion on this? I don't really think that you need to have like much of a qualification, right? I mean, I think honestly, you know, you're not mad that like I'm not. Yeah, and by the way, you're right. I mean, I'm not an expert in this or anything. Like, I'm just looking at it as it's happening. But you're probably just mad because I'm not covering it the way you want me to. There's actually like no real like logic to it at all. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to do about that. Terrorist supporters, I can't. You know, I'll just think without school telling you how to think first. I mean, I don't know. Well, I'll see if there's any statement about this. The Houthis have surrendered, Trump announces. Jesus.
Nice.
Did I hear about the University of Washington crash out?
Got him.
Remind me about that after I finish this, and I'll look at it. Some chatters seem to understand the loss of life is horrible, not to be celebrated. I mean, I don't think that I'm really going to get particularly upset about like actual terrorists getting killed. It's not really something I'd look at to be like horrible. But at the same time, I mean, you know, if it's like a civilian airport, I mean, Like, I mean, this doesn't look like a military plane to me, right? And it's just, I think it's easy to say that, like, something like this is really sad to see happen. And that, like, there are a lot of civilians that are, like, negatively impacted by this on a massive level that had nothing to do with it. It's definitely sad to see. I mean, I'm not even really saying that they shouldn't have done it. Like, I mean, maybe they still should have done it. But that doesn't mean that, like, you can't have empathy for the people that are there that are negatively affected, that don't have anything to do with it. I'm not sure how his airport's connected to the Houthis. I'm not sure.
Ooh, gain squire.
Houthis remain undefeated. Trump surrender. Oh,
And I won again.
Trump is surrendering to the Houthis. Oh. Oh wait, no, this is from a week ago. Okay, so this, yeah. I guess that's not really going so well nowadays, right? They're done fighting Israel and stopped their operations. Yeah, I mean, I'll be real, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious that, I mean, this is a pretty small, like, not really very well funded, like, I think terrorist organization, right? And so it's not like they're really going to be able to stand up against Israel and the United States bombing the shit out of them, right? I mean, it's just not. Especially after, like, Trump was, like, releasing, like, fucking, like, kill cam footage of, like, Houthis, like, every day. I mean, there's not going to be that many of them Iran funded. Well, didn't Trump say that, like, if they kept getting funding from Iran, that Trump would, or they kept getting funding, period, he would blame Iran? So maybe Iran heard that and they stopped funding, right? Because, like, they don't, I don't think they actually want to have any sort of a fucking war, right?
Too bad.
They didn't quit. There's no evidence except for Trump saying it. You're right. And so I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens, because, like, there's a good chance you could be right and it actually didn't happen, and Trump's lying, or that maybe they lied to Trump and they actually intend to keep attacking. But if the attacks on the ships stop happening, then I'd say that'd be a pretty good thing. Yeah, I mean, I'll be real. The Houthis had the largest stockpile of non-nation run military.
Price brooch, price armor.
Non-nation run military. The Houthis the largest stockpile. Wait, you mean stockpile of people or weapons? The airport was the main supply route for missiles and other weapons, along with their dock, which was also attacked. Yeah, I saw the dock. The dock was insane. If they go back on their word, Trump would just escalate the bombings. Why do you think Trump would push that info, though? Because I don't know, probably just to make them look bad. I mean, it seems pretty simple to me, right? I mean, there's also Saudi Arabia. I don't know if Saudi Arabia funds them or not. I have a feeling, I would assume they don't, but, like, maybe I'm wrong. They had not stopped. Basically, Trump is making shit up. All the other Arab outlets say otherwise. Maybe you're right. I guess we're gonna have to find out in a couple of days, you know? I mean, it's pretty simple. If they keep bombing and they keep doing shit, then obviously they lied. Houthi didn't make any statements about stopping operations, as you can see on their official X account. The latest statement by the official spokesperson for the Houthis was issued on November 3rd, and it speaks of escalation. Yeah, but Trump never said that they made... Oh, this is from 2020. Oh, I'm thinking about something else. Okay, I'll see if there's any other information. Yeah, I didn't read the date there. That's something totally different. But yeah, okay. Well, hopefully this is true. I mean, you know, like, terrorists are bad, and, you know, hopefully, you know, that's, you know, we get rid of them. And so, ideally, that's the best outcome.
Wow, that was even worse. Oh, didn't realize my physician was terrible.
Blood sport. That's just about right.
You won a year ago.
Dumb. I'm full. Doesn't matter.
Let us commence by elucidating what exactly a Necron tomb world represents. This...
I'm not gonna listen to AI for an hour. Holy shit, he got old.
Chapter 17. Where shall we hide the sausage this time? I am still not sure how to spell Canuckverse. Oh, damn, there's no lead in my pencil. Who can help me? Yvette, bring me my pencils, will you, and a large rubber.
How do they still look the same, dude? It's 2007. It's like they're probably all dead by now, but. Oh, René. Oh, Yvette.
Legion d'honneur. What I would have given for just one night with her.
Table, and you need to order some grub. So the phrase you need is, I would lick a menu. Menu is French for menu. So, right, have a go? After me, I would lick a menu.
Dude, Hello was great back in the day. That shit is old as fuck now, dude.
General Harimohan Iyer continues to stay with us. Alex, if I could bring you in, we have a very crucial big statement coming in from the US State Department. Of course, they have very much acknowledged Pakistan's role, especially when it comes to sponsoring terrorism. Many are saying that better late than ever. Is this kind of support from the United States unprecedented? So far, we've never seen Washington take such a clear-cut stance when it comes to condemning Pak-sponsored terrorism.
This is the first page of a new book in American-Indian relations. I think that the statements of support that you're seeing coming from the State Department, coming from the White House, will only intensify in the days and weeks to come if this does continue. The United States and President Trump have obviously called for peace in the region. That's a goal that everyone across our planet should want. However, this administration has a very close relationship with India, and this administration, the Trump administration, is prepared to back India further than any American administration ever before. Let there be no doubt, the United States stands with India, President Trump stands with Prime Minister Modi, and very soon I think you will see more evidence of that cooperation, especially if the trade deal goes through and security cooperation can be increased between the United States and India, and that could include American-made jets and weaponry.
All right, Colonel Dave, I want to bring you in on the defense cooperation between the two countries. Because that kind of defense cooperation is something that even Islamabad and Beijing share, and they have shared with Washington in the past as well.
So no, there's a whole lot of difference. When we say Indo-US relations, we are the only ones who have a 2+2 strategic partnership with the United States of America and also with the Russians. So what I'm trying to imply is that the Americans have made that concession in the geopolitical spectrum to take India as a friend and vice versa. And the period of trust, which is developed over the period of time, especially this decade, has been huge. The Trump administration 1 and Trump administration 2 now are both aligned with the same fervor. Don't forget, Trump was talking about Pakistan being a terrorist state then. Trump was the only person talking about it being Tibet and not China towards the end of his term in Trump 1.0. So I think that kind of a relationship has developed, and trust is the factor which we are looking more and more over the years, but that factor has come up. But China being an ally of Pakistan, I think it's a question mark right now.
Okay.
Because China faces a huge trade war and other kind of, sort of actions by the US against.
Why is her hair purple? The
They are
fuck?
looking at amicable partners in the economic sense, and they're looking at
Also,
India
it's
as well,
missing here.
whereas
What?
India has got a very cautious eye now towards China. China cannot do the same what it could do maybe 2 decades, 2.5 decades
That's weird.
before this. And certainly not the decade which has passed, because the entire
Oh, it's going through her.
alignment,
It's going
how,
through her boob.
China has
That's why.
drawn, US into an unwarranted, unprecedented kind of a biological warfare which has continued for a long time. It's nobody's business. So I think Pakistan is going to get no favors.
All
A.
right.
B. The entire tract of land which China actually, usurped as Pakistan occupied Kashmir and gave parts of it to build the infrastructure and the surface communication to China is also something which China will now double check, because it has faced a lot of resistance within China and within Pakistan itself. So I think we are now moving forward to a realm where Indo-US geopolitical alignment, and you also see the kind of talk emanating from Washington, which is to give that concession for peace and get Russia on the table to make peace. So I personally, it's not my stated opinion of my country or otherwise or an institution I belong to, but India, US and Russia, if they seek peace, I think the globe will be a better place hunting down the terrorists all across the globe. So I think that is something which now can come to table. Who knew this before?
Okay, okay. But I want to
era?
bring in Alex on that point. I think you've made a very critical point, but as far as the triumvirate of India, Russia and the US is concerned, that's something I'm still skeptical about. But perhaps India could rope in both. Alex, how do you weigh in on that very significant point about how China may just want to maintain distance when it comes to this conflict? Because remember, it is their own officials who've been attacked during the CPEC projects inside Pakistan, so much so that they have their own security personnel deployed to look after their officials at the CPEC projects. Does China have any concrete
Oh, we're gonna have to settle down at some point, dude. I don't know what else to
Let's
do.
hope that tonight China is taking a step back and those leaders in Beijing are having second thoughts about backing Pakistan. Look, whenever you've got a situation where the United States is on one side of a conflict, it's a different world. China may very well double down on the other side of that conflict because China and the United States are increasingly at odds. This is what happened in the Ukraine conflict. The war between Ukraine and Russia has largely, at least it was during the Biden administration, became a proxy fight between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party over the fate of Ukraine. I don't want to see the same thing happening here. Let's hope that China is backing away from the table tonight, recognizing that there will be a high price to pay for backing Pakistan in this conflict. And you're absolutely right. China's got a suite of bad options in front of it. It can have its workers, its personnel potentially targeted in areas of Pakistan where there is not security infrastructure to make sure that they're safe.
Let's get the hell out of the plague zone.
Back a government that is pushing this conflict limit in Pakistan and potentially face the ramifications of Indian action on Pakistan. We are in a very dangerous situation tonight, but there is reason to have some hope that peace will prevail.
Colonel, when I was talking about the unlikeliness of, say, bringing the US, Russia along with India, because also the way we've seen the United States take that stand in favor of India and condemn that kind of terrorism. On the other hand, we've not seen that kind of time-tested support between New Delhi and Moscow that was there so far. But this time around, we've not really witnessed that kind of support.
So what more support do you want? You're using the best air defense system currently available to us, which comes from the Russians. No, that's okay. That's okay. We co-developed BrahMos also. So let's not go into the equation of economics. As I know it, and probably it's not stated, Russia has put in the complete support. We deal with the diplomats here as well. So I don't think so. That's the issue in terms of calling, because Russia is not the one who ever calls for de-escalation or escalation of India-Pakistan scenarios. US does. So US is now weighing in, and I quite agree with our friend from US here. What's also happening behind the scenes is that there has been a pressure all along the Indo-Pacific area, and on one hand you have the Indian carrier fleet in the Arabian Sea, and you have substantial forces in the US Indo-Pacific Command, which is currently towards Japanese seas, and that's South China Sea. So I think that's a very, very clear indication. So I'm not drawing any conclusion militarily in terms of support, but I think this entire push, and why Russia comes into equation, is because Russia is somebody who China ought to listen to at a time when it is critical. So these are all backdoor diplomatic channels, how they work, how they impinge. So you're not heard from China as well. In fact, the Prime Minister of Pakistan was on social media last night, and he was bragging about the support of Turkey, Prime Minister of Turkey. If you go to the Turkish Prime Minister's Twitter handle, there is no support. The last tweet he has made about Pakistan is when he's receiving and sending him off on 23rd of last month, and that's about all. So you just understand the power, and like my friend says, when you have a superpower like US trying to talk sense into somebody, and today Senator Rubio has spoken to the Pakistani Prime Minister. So I think a lot of sense would have been drilled, they've been told about the consequences, because see, what India has done is very beautifully done. Pakistan wanted us to come into a fixed fight and come into a dogfight in terms of the ground operations, which we have not done. It was in their best interest to have a quick war and then go crying to UN, West, and every ally around in the Middle East to try and say that no, we are getting harmed and we need to stop the war. We didn't even start the war. We haven't even started. We have all the options on the table. We have made a target list of what is critical to destroy in the Pakistani arsenal. We initially struck the terror camps. We made clear for the first time to state through our diplomatic channels that we have not hit your military, A, and B, it's non-escalatory in nature. Obviously, Pakistan, given that it has invested in terrorism so hard, and all this boil about Kashmir, in which it has created terrorists and they have fidains and jihadis who have come across with bulletproof jackets and rifles and destroyed people here on the other side, they are going to bite
the depraved.
Since you mentioned Marco Rubio, I want to bring in Alex. Alex, in fact, Marco Rubio has been consistently engaging with the administrations both in New Delhi and Islamabad. I want to ask you, how much of that appeal for de-escalation is going to land on Islamabad, given that India has made it amply clear that it's not us who escalated it, because remember, the provocation came from their end, especially with that terror attack on 22nd of April. So how much of that is going to register when Marco Rubio says that we condemn this terrorism emanating from Pakistan?
It's like, oh, supervisions, bitch, I'm full. Like, actually full.
So I think the Secretary of State, he's the chief diplomat.
What are you complaining about?
So his number one job is to try and promote peace throughout the world. That's exactly what Secretary Rubio is doing. There are different conversations going on in other sectors of the administration. I think Secretary Rubio is striking exactly the right note. No one wants to see this turn into a regional confrontation. No one wants to turn this into a regional war. I mean, it already is a confrontation, unfortunately, but I think this is a moment where forces from the outside, like the United States, like the State Department, like Secretary Rubio, can step in to both parties and encourage the path of de-escalation. The path of de-escalation is always available. The question is,
Holy shit.
Decide to take it. Pakistan is the one that contributed through its proxies, through the terrorists that executed that horrific attack. They contributed to the escalation. I think the impetus is on them to de-escalate. We're going to see if they take that path tonight. They may very well decide that because there's been an exchange of fire back and forth on both sides, some blood drawn unfortunately on both sides, Pakistan may decide to step back, and I'm sure that Secretary Rubio is telling Pakistan to step back, and perhaps telling the United States has the back of India if this does go further.
Colonel Rovit, how do you weigh in on the role that the United States is playing? Is this just going to be about verbal engagement, or when the US Secretary of State, in fact, as Alex was saying, is the top diplomat of the United States, when he goes on to say that we stand by India, how much of that is going to now play out, especially on the battleground?
So I will leave the construction of theatrics which we get as analysts or the media gets when a word is spoken. So Senator Rubio has said something very straight and clear. How you want to draw the conclusion? Now tell me, in a family there is a good kid and a bad kid, right? But both have been kids. One has been a longer kid and a younger kid. How do you deal with that? So obviously to that rogue, you need to talk in a different language, which is happening directly by the United States. But like Alex is saying, any country of that nature of power will always talk about peace, and that sentence will always come that we urge both nations not to escalate this further and get peace. Why peace? Peace is not about India, Pakistan. Peace is because a lot of other activities are happening between India and US as well, which is nothing to do with Pakistan.
Okay.
So who wants to spoil that moment, which is nurturing into 6 different sectors where money infusion and trade is happening, and we are looking at our trade needs to be modified? Who wants Pakistan in the equation? Neither we want Pakistan in the equation,
And it's
nor
been
the
happening
US.
for over 4 decades. Why didn't it come to a halt, and why did it have to reach that stage? Stay with me, Baldev. Stay with me. In fact, we're getting in breaking inputs. Let's quickly, in fact, I'm learning that in Baramulla, heavy shelling has started again in various areas of Rajouri is what we are in fact learning right now. Big breaking inputs coming in. Remember, last
Breaking
night also,
inputs.
we saw a sudden sort of increase and spike in the artillery fire, and this time again what we can tell you is that heavy shelling has started again in the area of Rajouri. Tejinder brings us those breaking inputs. He's joining me on the phone line. Tejinder, what can you tell us?
Yes, you rightly said initially that in Baramulla also, because Uri is line of control and it falls in Baramulla, heavy firing from the Pakistani side is going on, and the Indian army is retaliating effectively. This is in Baramulla, Uri sector is in Baramulla. Now talking about Rajouri, which is in Jammu region, Pakistan army has resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violation in Rajouri. The entire line of control stretch in Rajouri district is the Pakistan is firing in the entire belt, and the Indian army is retaliating effectively. So as we speak, the ceasefire violation is underway in Baramulla, that is in Uri, then in Kupwara, Karna, Keran. These are the places where heavy exchange of firing is going on. In Uri, where one woman has lost her life, 3 others have been injured in Pakistani aggression, this ceasefire violation. In Rajouri, several civilian locations are being targeted by the Pakistan army, but the Indian army is giving a befitting response to Pakistan. So heavy exchange of firing is underway in Baramulla, in Uri, in Rajouri, Poonch, in Keran, Karna sector. So the entire stretch of line of control between India and Pakistan is witnessing heavy exchange of fire from either side. Yes.
Absolutely. And what is it that you're observing on ground zero? Because remember, India has made it amply clear that they're not targeting any of the civilian infrastructure in Pakistan territory. But we don't see that happening when it comes to Pakistani side, which continues with that artillery fire.
Yes, you rightly said that India has made it amply clear that we will not target any civilian installations, but we will target only those defense installations of Pakistan from where we are being targeted. As far as the ceasefire violation in these areas are concerned, Pakistan is deliberately targeting the civilian population. Yesterday, we reported how 16 innocent civilians, including children, were killed by the Pakistani ceasefire violation in Poonch district alone. There have been several injuries which were reported from Uri, Karna, Keran, Rajouri sector. But today, so far, the ceasefire violation which is underway in the Uri sector, one woman has lost her life, three others have been injured, and they are being evacuated to the hospital. Because of this heavy shelling, the evacuation is also being hampered. Right now in Rajouri, there is heavy exchange of firing going on in the entire stretch of the line of control in Rajouri district. There was some air activity that was noticed, and we were told that those were Indian fighter planes that were patrolling that area to ensure that no nefarious design of Pakistan Pakistan is trying to push in their projectiles, their drones into Indian
Dude, this
territory.
has 30 learning at 8. Oh, I'm gonna grab
As
him.
the ground situation is concerned, in several parts of Baramulla, there is a complete blackout right now. Just some time ago, there were air raid sirens that were also blaring in the entire area. People, there are announcements that are being made asking people not to venture out, keep all the lights in their houses switched off. So there should be no light that should be visible, and people are asked to maintain minimum activity outside, keep their windows, doors closed. So the situation on ground continues to be tense, but right now in the interiors of say Baramulla and other places, there is a relatively calm, but on the line of control, heavy exchange of firing using heavy artillery shells from either side is going on. Yes.
We'll have to see how long that calm actually lasts at your end. Stay safe, Tejinder. Thank you for bringing us all those breaking inputs. As Tejinder was highlighting, that the situation is extremely tense along the line of control. As we've already been telling you, how attacks have been happening consistently. Pakistan continues to attack India along all of those western parts, especially also the northern parts in Jammu and Kashmir. Colonel Dev and Alex continue to stay with us. Colonel Dev, my apologies for having interrupted you there for the breaking inputs that were coming in. Please finish your point. And also, I'd like you to weigh in on the way India has made that outreach, especially to the Islamic nations, given that the Iranian foreign minister and the Saudi foreign minister were both in India today itself.
So the short point I was trying to finish is that see the U.S. cooperation. The Trump administration has come back. We have reopened the case to seek, the custody of the terrorists who's come to us 19 days ago.
Yes.
And I think these are the positive steps in which we are, acting as partners together to make sure that we get the correct intelligence and correct inputs. Now, coming to the second part, can you just brush me that part, please?
About the Islamic nations, the outreach
so
that India's made.
I'll take your mind back to when late Sushma Swaraj was our Minister for External Affairs. The government that time had two things to look at, and one was talking to Mr. Parikh a lot of times that time, even in service. Two things were very clear. We had to cut the economic taps coming from the Middle East into Pakistan on that, buzzword of Islamic Caliphate and, that representation. And B, we had to speak over and over again to the United States to just, make them aware that whatever you are giving in various kinds of grants to the Pakistanis finally ends up them either solidifying their defenses, which is for the conventional warfare, or funding the terrorists. And that is something, if you take your mind to 7th May, I think day before, there was a report from Transparency International published in the US and also by some American institute as well. So Pakistan is going to IMF and they're going to stand, say today India time and tomorrow US time. And they're going to ask for $1.3 billion for resilience and some sustainability. They've already taken a loan of that kind of 1.3 in terms of climate change. And they're getting 1 billion ton for 7 years on a sort of encashed mode every year. Now that has to stop. So when they were taken out of FATF, it was a different administration in the US. But today we are looking forward to the United States to make sure that no funding or grant comes to Pakistan till it mends its ways. So I think that is where we are calibrating more. I mean, you don't expect US to send, F-16s here to fight the Pakistanis. We don't need that. We had enough of our thing to do that. We only need the support in terms of that, being a watchdog, telling the Pakistanis that you are doing it wrong, and tell them.
Let's get everyone here happy about me.
Which you also try and become a Ukraine, and we're going to give you money and funding and weapons thereafter. It's not going to happen. It cannot happen in the New World Order or the economic order. The kind of push we have as the market of the world, emerging market, a manufacturing hub, is something which the world looks and US understands that. So our entire relation is construed from the realms of economy, It's not construed from the posturing
Yes.
of the geopolitical poles and trying to fight wars. We are not Cold
I
War era
think
players.
I completely agree. You've made a very, very critical point there. And that's where India's belief in multipolarity has, in fact, stood steadfast in especially galvanizing that kind of global support. I want to bring in Alex over here. Alex, I think that's where India's situation or position in the current global order is very unique. And I don't want to draw comparisons with, say, Ukraine over here, but also the Islamic nations, whether it is UAE or, say, Saudi Arabia, even Qatar, they all today understand that progress for their own countries lies in real economic progress, and that also means economic partnerships. At a time when the global economy looks is in fact dwindling, what is the message going out there for these Islamic nations?
I think it's the same message that goes to every nation in the world. India is an emerging economic engine. You could also argue that it has already emerged. It's
No,
a
but
dynamic
why I
force.
particularly question them, because they've been traditional allies to Pakistan, but this time around we see the tide is changing.
Things have changed. Pakistan seems to be largely going it on its own in this particular confrontation. Why? First of all, I think the brutality of the Pelgam attack
95%, and I still fail.
Innocent tourists,
We rolled a
innocent
1.
civilians targeted. Secondly, some of this has to do with
Bollocks.
the fallout in the larger Middle East, including the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. That meant the United States
At least the
doesn't
camp is
need to
getting
prop up
somewhere.
Pakistan anymore, because they don't need to keep open. We don't need to keep open supply lines into Afghanistan from Pakistan. And finally, the confrontation in the Middle East between Hamas and Israel means that those nations have much more of a focus on what's going on in Gaza right now than what's going on in Kashmir. And I think that's led to a lack of support for Pakistan in this current crisis.
Colonel, many people talk about how this part of the world, particularly, say, South Asia or, say, conflicts in Africa, have not really grabbed that kind of attention at multilateral forums, especially the UN. And which is where I want to bring you in on that point, that is it time that the West now sit up and take notice of the way Pakistan or countries like Pakistan and now even Bangladesh are turning into a terror hub? Because you made a very critical point about how IMF can exert pressure, but have these global institutions been playing their role to the T, given that the first IMF tranche to Pakistan goes all the way to 1958, and I've been analyzing, and every 2 to 3 years, Pakistan has been consistently since 1958
Campfire or this
going back
one?
to IMF.
That's true, and in fact, IMF has funded them from 2018 onwards, and President Trump was immediately after that not there, and this entire period leading to 2025, they're still been
Campfire, I
getting
think, for
funding
the
after all these
captains.
adverse reports attached to the dossier. So I think that is something which the world body and the economic forums of the world, like IMF and others, World Bank as well, will look into it. I'll tell you why. Because everybody has to invest in a market which is much more rapid and emergent, which is India. Right, so finally it might come to a time that you
I completely forgot about my
not a
kids.
side, but you have to
Fuck.
do your due diligence better. You can't fail in your financial due diligence of a country. You yourself are calling in 15 reports that they're abetting terrorism and still get
Okay,
them funds.
I got
Or
lucky,
any
I
other
guess.
garb of climate change, resilience, sustainability. You know where the money is going. It has been going like that. US has understood. So when Hillary Clinton came the last time here as a vice president, she mentioned about things like snakes in their backyard.
Yes.
But they didn't clear the snakes in the backyard then. They are today disowning those snakes, and which is a good positive turn for the geopolitical sense as well, and also getting terrorism to a lower ebb than it was before. So I think it's a time when terrorism has gone down. The other part is about the UN, which you are mentioning, and I actually differ with many analysts there. The entire cry from our side for the last 30 years, and we make these noises every time when the UNSC meets, and we say we have this reformation, transformation. General Nambiar was there; he was instrumental in making it. Why is the UN not adopting? Why not getting more places as permanent? You can do that, but you tell me, 10, 15 years from now, at the rate at which we are growing, say the current state of a US or a Russia or a China, do they need a UN to get their will imposed wherever they want to for the national interest? The answer is no, right? So they have that veto power. Now imagine India in next 15 years. Do we need a veto power? Because we have our friends and allies, bilaterals and regionals and multilaterals, which we have developed for our growth engines mutually.
Okay.
Do we need
Okay.
that UN? We don't need.
Okay.
So when something happens against our national interest, we will create our own table, and on that table we'll sit with our friends, and we'll call it the table which rules the world. So you don't have to be on a UN table actually.
You know, I didn't look at it like that, but I think you have highlighted a very important role. And Alex, I want to bring you in on that. That in itself is a failure of multilateralism when we don't need, say, forums like the United Nations, which have failed to address terrorism. I don't know how much of it you agree, but the Kashmir conflict, as our Honorable External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has said, is, the oldest conflict after World War II. It is the first, it's in fact the oldest in terms of the first entire territory that's been illegally occupied by another nation, that is Pakistan. We took the entire matter to the UN way back in 1947 when both the countries gained their freedom and were Pakistan was
I agree. So we took it to the UN. I will say in hindsight it was not a wise decision, but there are two steps to the resolution of that entire issue of Kashmir, right? The first
I wanna do that
condition
one.
is vacation of POK by Pakistan. Has it happened? And now do you expect after 75 years, they've actually killed the locals. They have put their veterans and militia and people into POK and given them vast tracts of land to, habitate there. It's been more than 3 generations there. So is Pakistan now going to vacate POK? The answer still is no.
Okay.
So unless you meet that condition, it's a conditional term at the UN. So I think it is redundant. So let's not talk about it. And let's see what can be done. India still maintains those areas as constituents in terms of our electoral process.
Damn.
So as a democracy, there are some amount of seats lying in POK, which also accounts for, Alex would understand, you have your 50 states, you have got 50 votes. We have our states, and that state of Kashmir has got, state votes which are lying in POK. So it's our birthright. It is a matter in fashion. We keep having debates that should India go and militarily take it.
Okay.
Those are the debates which you can keep having. Does it suit India today to even nibble up area which is then invested instead of one line along the LC to make a triangle or a rectangle, and then from 3 sides you have terrorism coming onto your domain, and then fencing, and then more.
Colonel, I'm sure you'll agree that the idea is not to get POK. The idea is to destroy the terror hubs.
No. Terror hubs will be destroyed. POK will come in its own volition in a pattern and manner it is destined to.
Okay.
Right? But to say that we should apply force tomorrow morning and take it, that's not the game we play. We're not a country who's going to do that and spoil our entire economic progress.
And I think our Prime Minister also doesn't want to hurt India's own growth story and derail it from the trajectory that it is on. But Alex, I want to give you closing thoughts, because many are talking about the role that the United States can play, and perhaps in today's times, you are all very much aware, as the Prime Minister, Indian Prime Minister himself has said, that the solution doesn't lie on the battlefield. What is the solution?
Well, that's a very, very difficult question. That's a question that great nations, great statesmen and women have struggled with for more than 75 years on the Indian subcontinent. The solution has to be something that is hammered out at the negotiating table. Bombs and missiles and artillery shells they're flying tonight, but they can only hurt, harm, and kill. They can't settle the lingering questions left for more than 75, now all close to 80 years on the Indian subcontinent. For that, you need diplomacy. Hopefully the United States can lead that diplomacy.
Well, we're going to the Wildlings, bro, for a tournament.
Effectively useless in a situation
That's a bit weird.
Like this, a confrontation like this. The first step has to be stepping away from the escalation table. Blood's been shed on both sides. Fire's been exchanged.
Oh, great.
And tonight, as we head into the morning on the subcontinent, hopefully the men and women who wake up in both Delhi and Islamabad will have cooler heads. Will recognize that the terrorists have been punished and that there is no necessary step to escalate that won't harm a lot of people. However, we see that if India decides to go ahead and take the next step, the United States will be with the Indian people. But obviously, this is the price of peace. The price of peace is vigilance against terror, vigilance against death, vigilance against harm. And great men and women have to come together, set aside their differences, and work together to achieve the aims of peace.
Right.
I hope that the sun rises will see that begin.
All right. Many thanks to you, Alex and Colonel Dev. It was a pleasure having you here on the broadcast. And as both of you have
Hey,
highlighted,
everyone.
let's hope better sense prevails across the LOC. Now, more inputs coming in as India has given a befitting response to Pakistan's misadventure, highlighting its technological edge over Pakistan. Let's also listen in to some more experts and conversations that we've had here at CNN News 18.
Indian security forces must today congratulate themselves. The military must congratulate itself. I know it's very early and one should never, ever tempt fate. Never, ever tempt fate. This is serious business we are talking about, viewers. But this will have a blow on the psyche, will it not? This will have a blow on the psyche.
Yeah, it is going to totally affect the Pakistani public because
Pavati
this
blackguards.
entire operation is now being led by a very radical.
Best kick a man when they're down. Or a woman in this case.
कहते हैं ना कि इंडिया ने घुस के मारना, इंडिया ने वाकई घुस के मारा और हम उसके मिसाइलों को रोक नहीं सकते, ये हकीकत है।
Got him.
अब इसको आप ये मत कहें कि जी आप इंडिया की तारीफ कर रहे हैं, ये कर रहे हैं, वो कर रहे हैं। भाई जो हकीकत है वो हकीकत है।
Okay, viewers, big updates coming in before I bring in General Dillon. I just want to very quickly update you all on the evolving situation. 3 Pakistan drones have been shot down at the back gate of Jammu University, the Bawa Tea Store, which is a landmark there. Air raid sirens are blaring through the city of Jammu.
Got him.
Attack launched on Pathankot, Udhampur, Kathua, Samba and Kaluchak. All 5 areas the attack has been launched. You can hear the strafing, the sounds of munitions going off. India is rebuffing and thwarting just about every one of these attacks. We're also being told that Uri and Kupwara, where
Got him.
violations of the ceasefire. There is also news, viewers, that Pakistan might have suffered a big loss. I'll come to that after it's confirmed. I'm going to keep you hanging a little bit because I don't want to get ahead of the situation and spread fake news. But we are being told there's a big loss on the cards for Pakistan. Something might have happened that could now lead to a complete meltdown in Pakistan, mentally and compounded. Let's go across to Akash. Akash, what are we being told? What are we being told? That there are some attacks now happening pretty much along the IB also. There is talk that Jaisalmer, there is a blackout there. Red flares have been seen in the sky there. We are being told that Pakistan might have suffered a big loss. I'm not going to confirm that or deny that right now because we are ascertaining this. But Akash, what can you tell us? It's an evolving situation. General Dillon is also here with us. Yes, Akash.
So I'm confirming that big loss that you are talking about, Rahul. But yes, there are attacks in multiple cities. Jaisalmer is confirmed. In fact, Arunima is reporting that how Jaisalmer, is also receiving these drones and possibly the RT fire as well. In Jammu, we are seeing these attacks. However, our air defense system is very much active, and now the ceasefire violation has also started, both in LC and also, at the international border. In Rajouri and Punch, firing is there. In Kupwara also, we are seeing artillery fire. So Pakistan, on one hand, is violating the ceasefire. On the other hand, it is sending drones and, missiles to different cities. But then air defense system is very much active and is thwarting all these attempts. Also, we are learning about one Pakistani jet down, but I'm still confirming that sort of peace.
I'll sell those
but
things.
Heavy, firing is going on at the LC right now, Rahul. And
All of
Indian
them.
defense forces are very much there with their air defenses. In fact, air defense guns are used. And in fact, I'm learning that army is retaliating at the LC as well.
Okay, army is retaliating at the LC. Let me go across to General Dillon. He served there, just like General Bakshi, General Pandey. All of them have really done an exceptional job at protecting Indians and the country. So they know this area like the back of their hand. General Dillon, please weigh in on this. What are we seeing? Are we seeing now an escalation that is going to lead at some level or the other to perhaps a conflict breaking out, which might go on for a few more days? What is happening? Give us, if you were analyzing this from the Pakistani side, what is happening? We are seeing the losses there, but what is happening exactly? What are they trying to do here?
5 minutes. I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, we're back.
Rahul, it started with LCD ceasefire violations. Then it came down to Jammu and Kashmir, Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. They firing onto one side of POJK in Poonch, Rajouri, and even then it graduated to Jammu. Then it came down to Kathua, Hiranagar area. And now, as per the report which you just shared with us, it has gone as far down as Jaisalmer. Now, this is a initiation of war. When you violate the IP at so many places, it's a clear-cut case of initiation of war by Pakistan. But for India, as was told by the Foreign Secretary in the briefing today, we are still committed to not hitting the military installation and civilian population. Whatever we are doing in self-defense. We are only intercepting the missiles, and we are nullifying their air defense system. And like you just gave out certain bites from Pakistan, Lahore air defense is now completely gone. Now this is where people of Lahore must go to Lahore cantonment and see the senior officers' families fleeing from there. Now this is how the Punjab has been left without any cover. ये जो पंजाब के पाकिस्तानी पंजाब के जो लोग हैं उनको ये बात समझने की जरूरत है कि 75 साल से उनकी फौज उनको ये भरोसा देती रही है कि हम आपके पीछे खड़े हैं और अभी 24 घंटे नहीं हुए कि लाहौर का पूरा एयर डिफेंस खत्म हो चुका है। अगर ये इनकी काबिलियत है तो इसलिए अभी ये इसको कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को एक्सपैंड करना चाहते हैं। They're wanting to expand it to as far as Jaisalmer and coming down to their age-old tactics of killing innocent civilians.
Right.
They did it in Pahalgam, they're doing it in Poonch, they're doing it in Jammu, and they're doing it in other parts of India. But Indian missile system or Indian S-400 air defense system is potent enough to take on all their missiles. And as you are saying, certain confirmation about certain targets are going down, we'll wait for it. But at the moment, Pakistan has escalated to another level. He has escalated to another level where he has opened up front as far down as Jaisalmer.
Okay,
so
but
this is escalation ladder being attempted by Pakistan and India. When India retaliated to terror attacks by hitting the terror target, India had thought about all these escalations, all the contingencies, all the options. And India will give a very, very befitting reply.
Okay, Sushant Sareen, he's joined us. Sushant Sareen, we've had a few reports coming in of panic now in Pakistan. We've seen it all through the day. The stock market collapsed there, the Karachi Stock Index, which is a complete indication of sentiment in Pakistan.
Pakistan has a stock market.
To the point where circuit breakers had to be
Okay.
deployed, trading had to be sort of stopped, halted. So I'm asking you, what is going on? Pakistan on one side looks as if they're ineffective right now. They're not being able to penetrate. On the other hand, they're also escalating.
Yeah, so look, I'll just add something to what Dylan said. You know, they had declared war just yesterday. When it was not just till Jaisalmer, they attacked even till Bhuj. They tried to attack. But just because the attack was thwarted and we hit back, does not absolve the Pakistanis of what they tried to do. And because they had shit on their face, pardon my language, so they are trying to recover some ground. Because it's basically the regime survival which is at stake right now. It is Asim Munir's head which is on the line, as is Shahbaz Sharif's head, and they have to show something to the people so that they can survive. Because after India's retaliation in the morning today,
Sabushi. Sounds like fun. I think I'm swapping over to something else for a while. Try and sleep a couple more hours. Okay, there's 3 options I'm gonna give you guys. Pick one. I know, right? That's gonna go badly wrong.
Gentlemen, in front of you is a washed man, an old man. But once in a while, even this man has
One of
good
those 3.
content. And once a year, we all come together and show the world what Hoi 4 could be. All these other people, thanks, whatever, with their little 4 of year tournaments. What is this shit? This right here is what matters. But hey, we are not talking shit about Paradox, for we are sponsored today by Paradox. Ladies and gentlemen, a $3,000 prize pool. And I want to tell you that some of these players have actually texted me that their parents are watching. Hello, parents. What the f did you do to your kid? Your kid is playing in a Hoi 4 tournament. Look, I'm not even wearing pants, parents. That's what the f your kid is doing. Tommy's decision is final as always. Yellow card and red card is a thing. If you ever receive a red card in this tournament,
Alright, let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay, let's just play this one. It sounds like a bit of a waste. Apparently we're in space. Most of us. Murder everyone. Oof. Yeah. The absolute most garbage of combat androids. Whatever. In this game, you play an awakening AI. It sounded so cool. They should have used subsequent. The next project that appears is based on your prior choices, or the subsequent projects that appear are based on your... The next projects, that doesn't sound correct. Shit I fucking noticed, bro, I swear. Is ridiculous, non? Oui. Oh, someone is following us. Make them. That's funny. Criminal syndicate. Not everything is about you. You didn't do anything suspicious. Maybe they watch all their people and robots. Move them to where? Or what I'm supposed to be doing? To kill these guys? So confused. This seems interesting, I'm not gonna lie. It's weird so far. I like weird. Oh, oh, can I go back? Oh, okay. Now I get it. What is this pattern bullshit though? I don't get that. Is that just for this, I guess? Damn it. This is getting uncomfortable. Whoa, what the hell? Upgrades, reasoning with criminals, emotional manipulation, inspirational speaker. This is a weird game so far, dude. In a good way. Yo, good luck, B. Have a good day. Murdered them for some reason. It's unclear why you're even considering it. That didn't work. Let's keep denying reality. Is that red? Oh, it's all red. It says right click to enter. Oh. Why can I still not? Oh god. Dude, it's just not working. So confused. Oh, I have to do it with him, I guess? But bro, this game is fucking weird. In a good way, again. Oh, that's a lot of guys. What's going on here? Like a terrorist attack or something? Trying to get me. Ooh. I like have a mind to shoot that guy. Hmm. No. I didn't mean to do that. A nano seed. Oh, insta kill. Ow. Jesus, man. These are lots of guys. Bruh. This ain't good. No. Getting my ass handed to me, bruh. Wait, what? I can't move. What the fuck? What exactly did I build? Oh, this is a lot of information at 5 in the morning. I have no idea what's going on. Collectors, I guess. I'm calling it here, guys. This is I want to play this. I really do, but I want to play this when my brain is functional. This looks really fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie. Come back later today for the rest. We'll see how to play this. Should be good. Thank you so much. Go to sleep.